Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Before you drift off, it would be a nice idea if you could leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from. Please don't forget to give the video a like and subscribe to the channel. Right, let's get comfy and relaxed, and let's begin. Story 1, Living Library, Books That Rewrite You. The first time I saw the Living Library sign, it looked like a joke. Not the usual chalkboard outside the town's public library, but a narrow, hand-painted wooden placard swinging from a crooked iron bracket, the paint faded and peeling like it had been there forever. It said Living Library in looping letters, almost like someone had been trying too hard to make it sound inviting or mysterious. I passed it on my way home from work that afternoon, the street quiet and sticky with the late summer heat, the kind that makes the air feel thick enough to chew. I stopped for a moment, just to look. The building itself was an old storefront orange brick, cracked windows with a thin layer of dust, and a faded awning sagging in the middle. Nothing about it screamed library, at least not the kind I was used to. No big glass doors or polished floors. Instead, the windows were cluttered with stacks of books that looked like they'd been there for years, some leaning precariously, others buried under yellowing receipts and stray leaves. I almost walked on, but the idea stuck with me. A living library. What did that even mean? I had to know. The next morning, I pushed the door open. The bell above jingled, a small, brittle sound that cracked the silence inside like a dropped glass. The air smelled of old paper and something faintly sour, like forgotten coffee left to turn. The room was cramped, lit by a single overhead bulb that flickered once, twice, then steadied. Shelves lined every inch of wall space, crammed with books whose spines were cracked and worn. No one was visible at first, just the faintest rustle from the back corner. "Hello?" I called out, my voice too loud for such a small space. A woman appeared then, middle-aged with sharp eyes behind round glasses that caught the light and made her look almost fierce. She smiled thinly, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Looking for something special?" she asked, voice low and smooth, like she spoke more to herself than to me. "Just browsing," I said, trying not to sound too eager. "What's the deal with this place?" "The Living Library?" She gestured toward a narrow table in the center, where a few books lay open, their pages fluttering slightly even though there was no breeze. "It's a place where stories change," she said. "Books that respond. They don't just tell stories, they live them." I blinked. "Respond? Like, rewrite themselves?" She nodded, eyes sharp as a hawk's. "Exactly. But only for those who borrow them." I laughed quietly, not sure if she was joking. "Sounds like magic." "No magic," she said firmly. "Just life, and the things people don't say out loud." Something about that stuck with me, more than I expected. I picked up a thin volume with a cracked leather spine, no title. It felt heavier than it looked, almost like it was waiting. "Take it," she said, watching me carefully. "But be warned, the story you find might not be the one you expected." I shrugged, flipping the cover back. "I can handle that." The walk home was slow. The book felt oddly warm in my hands, and the sun was dipping low behind the rows of houses, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the pavement. I kept glancing down at that cover, feeling a strange mix of anticipation and unease knotting in my stomach. Once inside my apartment, I set the book on the kitchen table and made coffee, the rich smell filling the small room. The old radiator rattled somewhere down the hall, and outside, a dog barked, distant but persistent. I tried to focus on the mundane, the clink of the spoon against the mug, the bitter taste of the brew, but the book kept pulling at my attention. I didn't open it that night. Instead, I left it there, face down on the table, like some kind of invitation or warning. Sleep came fitfully. I woke twice, heart thudding, convinced I'd heard whispering, soft, urgent voices just beyond the thin walls of my apartment. My mind raced with possibilities. The shadows in the corners seemed to twitch, but when I blinked, they were still. Silence. Complete silence. In the morning, I found the book exactly where I'd left it. The cover was cold to the touch now, faded under the dull light from the window, but the pages looked different. Not in a way I could explain immediately. Just changed. Curious, I flipped to the first page. At first, it was the usual stuff, an introduction, some vague history. But then, as I read further, the sentences started to shift in tone. Words I didn't recognize as mine, phrases that felt too pointed, too precise. It was as if the book was speaking directly to me, dredging up memories and feelings I'd long buried. There was a paragraph about the time I'd skipped school in 10th grade and lied to my parents about it. Not just the event, but the way I'd felt afterward, the guilt, the fear of being found out. The line beneath it made my hands tremble. You thought you hid it well. Did you really? I closed the book, my breath catching. There was no way anyone could know about that day. I had told no one. Not my friends, not my family. No one. The thought of someone watching me, knowing everything I tried to keep secret, sent a chill crawling up my spine. I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was some clever writing trick, designed to feel personal but actually generic. I told myself I was overthinking it. But deep down, I knew that wasn't true. Later that day, I took the book back to the living library. The woman was there again, sitting behind the cluttered counter, her eyes narrower than before. It's changed, I said, placing the book carefully in front of her. She nodded slowly. That's how it works. The book reveals what you fear, what you hide. But the question is, who else sees it? I frowned. What do you mean? Her voice dropped to a whisper. The living library isn't just about the books. It's about the people who read them. Some stories are meant to be kept secret. Others, not so much. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. I glanced around the cramped room, suddenly aware of the silence that pressed in from every corner, the flickering light overhead, the faint creak of the floorboards beneath my feet. Are you saying someone else knows? I asked, voice barely steady. She smiled again, this time, without warmth. More than you think. I left the store with the book under my arm, a weight settling in my chest that had nothing to do with the heat outside. The street was empty, but I felt eyes on me, shadows pressing closer. Back home, I locked the door and slid the deadbolt into place. The book sat on the table, its pages waiting for me to open them again. And I knew I would. Because some secrets refused to stay buried. The night air was thick and still, the kind that presses against your skin like a damp blanket. I stood by my kitchen window, the book sitting on the table behind me, its cover almost unbearably heavy in the dim light. The words from the living library echoed in my mind more than you think. The smile she gave me, so cold and hollow, refused to fade. It was a warning. Or maybe a promise. I rubbed my temples, tasting the stale aftertaste of cheap coffee from hours earlier. The clock ticked loudly in the silence, each second stretching out like a drawn wire. I wanted to tear the book apart, burn it, toss it into the river, but something kept me glued to its presence. It wasn't curiosity anymore. It was necessity. I needed to know who else knew. Who else had access to the secrets that had rewritten themselves overnight, spilling every hidden fear and shame I'd buried so deep. Somehow, those pages weren't just my story anymore. They were a message. And I had to find out who was sending it. Morning came reluctantly. A gray light seeped through the curtains, the world outside muted under a sky that looked like it might weep at any moment. I sat at the kitchen table, the book open in front of me, but I wasn't reading. I was watching, waiting for the pages to move again, for the story to shift. My fingers tapped nervously against the wooden surface. The air smelled faintly of rain and old paper. I decided to go back to the living library. If the book was changing, maybe the place where I got it held answers. The bell above the door jingled softly as I stepped inside, the air cooler here, tinged with a faint scent of cedar and something else, clean linen mixed with a hint of antiseptic. The woman was behind the counter, her eyes sharp and unreadable beneath the overhead light. "Back so soon?" she asked, voice calm but with an edge. No smile this time. "I need to know more about this book," I said, lifting it slightly. It changed overnight. The pages, they know things about me. Things I never told anyone. She tilted her head, considering. That's the point of the living library. Our books don't just tell stories. They reveal truths. Whose truths? How do you know all this about me? My voice cracked, betraying the fear I tried to swallow down. She leaned in, lowering her voice. We don't just lend books. We watch. We listen. The town's stories are woven together. Your secrets aren't only yours. That hit me like a punch to the gut. I swallowed hard. Who else? Her eyes flicked toward the back room, shadowed and quiet. People who need to keep the balance. People who know what happens if those secrets get out. A cold shiver traced my spine. Are you saying they watch me? Follow me? She shrugged lightly, as if discussing the weather. Not everyone. But someone's always watching. It's the price for living in a place like this. I left without another word, the book heavier in my hands than before. Outside, the sky had darkened, and a distant dog barked sharp and sudden, breaking the silence. The streetlights flickered, their glow uncertain like the town itself. Back home, I pulled out my phone and stared at the screen. No messages. No missed calls. Yet I felt eyes on me, that same prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I locked the door again, slower this time, double-checking the deadbolt. The book lay open on the table. I stared at the words, the ink shifting under my gaze. I traced a line with my finger and found a new passage I hadn't seen before. It wasn't just about fears anymore. Now it included names, people I knew, people I trusted. And next to each name, a brief note. Some were warnings. Others were threats. All of them carried the same chilling undertone, silence. Why were these secrets being cataloged like evidence? Who was compiling this list, and why? I leaned back in my chair, the wood creaking beneath me. My hands trembled slightly, but I forced myself to steady them. Panic wouldn't help. Not now. I needed allies. I called Sarah, though I hesitated before hitting send. She was the only one who'd listened without judgment the night before. "Hey," she answered, voice low, as if she'd been waiting. "Can you meet?" "Now." There's something wrong. With the book, with this town. There was a pause. Then, "I'm on my way." I hung up and opened a drawer, pulling out a small notebook and pen. If the book was rewriting itself, I needed to document everything. Every page, every change, every name. Minutes later, the knock came, soft but urgent. Sarah slipped inside, carrying a thermos of coffee, her eyes scanning the room like she expected someone to be watching. "I brought backup," she joked, but there was no real humor in her voice. I showed her the book. She flipped through the pages quickly, eyebrows knitting together. "This is Insane, she muttered, voice tight. How is this even possible? I don't know, I said. But it's not just me. It's like the book knows what I'm afraid of, who I trust. And it's telling someone else. Sarah's gaze sharpened. Someone who wants control. We sat in silence, the weight of it pressing down. The flickering light overhead buzzed unevenly, casting shadows that seemed to lean closer. Outside, the wind picked up, rattling the windows with a sudden force. I think we need to find out who else has one of these books, I said. If they're watching me, they're watching others too. Sarah nodded quickly. Maybe there's a pattern. Someone behind all this. I glanced back at the book. The notes next to the names had a strange consistency. Dates. Locations. Times. Like a schedule. Look at this, I said, pointing. They're planning something. Or watching for something to happen. The temperature in the room dropped suddenly, an unexpected chill that made me shiver. Sarah pulled her jacket tighter around her. Do you think they mean to confront you? Or worse? A knock came at the door then. Sharp. Deliberate. We froze. My throat dried out. The book's pages fluttered as if caught in a breeze, though the windows were closed tight. Who is it? Sarah whispered. No answer. Another knock, louder this time. My hands found the book's edges, gripping it like a shield. I wanted to call out. To tell whoever it was to go away. But my voice caught in my throat. I don't think they're here to talk, I said quietly. Sarah's eyes met mine, wide and unblinking. The hallway light outside flickered once, then went dark. Silence. Complete silence. And then, footsteps. They were slow. Measured. Coming closer. I closed the book, heart hammering. The secrets weren't just in the pages anymore. They were in the walls, the air, the people. And I was running out of time. At dusk, the building whispered secrets that no one dared to read aloud. The footsteps stopped just outside the door. I could hear the faint scrape of shoes against old linoleum. Sarah's breath caught beside me, shallow and quick. I gripped the book tighter, the leather cover sticky against my palms, like it was holding onto some kind of poison. The hallway light remained dead, swallowed by darkness, but I could swear I saw a shadow pass beneath the frosted glass panel. Who is it? I whispered, voice cracking. No answer. Just that heavy silence that presses against your eardrums like water. Then something shifted, a sound so subtle it could have been a trick of the mind. A soft click, like a lock turning. I swallowed hard. They have a key, I said, the words barely above a breath. Sarah's eyes flicked to the doorknob. Why would they need a key? We didn't hear anyone breaking in. I wanted to tell her to stay quiet, to stay calm. But my hands were trembling so badly I almost dropped the book. The pages fluttered again, restless like a trapped bird. I opened it, searching for something, anything that might explain what was happening, but the words had shifted overnight, rewritten with the weight of unspoken fears. Now it was a ledger of secrets, everyone tied to me, everyone a crack in my carefully built life. A sudden sharp knock, this time on the window beside the door. I jumped back, nearly knocking the book to the floor. Stop, I hissed, heart pounding so loud I thought it might echo through the walls. Sarah's hand found mine, cold and steady. We can't stay here, she said quietly. If they're this close now, it's not just intimidation anymore. I nodded, feeling the cold seep deeper into my bones. We need to move. The book slipped into my bag. The leather strap felt heavier than before, like it was weighing down my very soul. As I stood, the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, seemed to shrink, the shadows creeping closer, suffocating in their silence. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something metallic, maybe rust or old blood, though that might have been my imagination, the way fear twists the senses. "Back door?" I suggested, voice low. Sarah shook her head. "I checked earlier. It's locked from the outside. Someone's been watching us." My stomach turned. That meant this wasn't random. Someone knew about the book, about the secrets it held. They knew me. And whatever this was, it wasn't going to stop. I glanced around the room, searching for any other exit. The window opposite the door was barred, but the glass was cracked in a spiderweb pattern. The thought of climbing through made my skin crawl. Not just because of the sharp edges, but because it felt like surrender, like crawling out of one trap only to fall into another. "There's the fire escape," Sarah whispered, nodding toward the back alley visible through the cracked window. "If we can get to the roof, maybe we can call someone. Or at least get away." I chewed my lip, the sting sharp and real. I wanted to argue, to pretend I could face whatever was coming alone. But the truth was clear. This had become bigger than me. My secrets had spilled out, and now they were weaponized, turning the familiar into a cage. I grabbed Sarah's hand, the grip desperate. "Let's go." We moved quickly, the book heavy against my side with every hurried step. The hallway was colder, the dim light from the street lamps outside filtering through the frosted glass like distant ghosts. My ears strained for any sound, voices, footsteps, a door opening. But nothing. Just the pounding of my own heart, loud enough to drown out reason. At the back door, I reached into my pocket for the key Sarah had left me earlier, just in case. My fingers fumbled over the metal, slick with sweat. The lock clicked open, and the door creaked as I pushed it. The alley was a narrow slice of cold air and trash cans, the city's distant hum humming like a low electric buzz. I pulled Sarah close, scanning the shadows for movement. Nothing. For a moment, relief surged so strong I could taste it, bitter and sharp. Then a figure stepped out from behind a dumpster. Tall. Silent. Watching. I froze. Sarah's breath hitched beside me. The figure didn't move closer, didn't speak. Just stood, an unreadable presence in the night. "Who are you?" I demanded, voice sharper than I intended. The figure didn't answer. Instead, a folded piece of paper slid from their hand onto the cracked pavement between us. Then they turned and vanished into the shadows. My hands trembled as I picked up the note. The paper was rough, the edges torn. I unfolded it slowly, the words scrawled in a hurried hand. "You're deeper in this than you know. Stop digging, or the next chapter won't be written by you." Cold seeped into my chest. The warning wasn't vague. They knew where I lived, what I'd done, what I was capable of uncovering. And they were serious. Sarah tightened her grip on my arm. "We should call the police." I shook my head. "And tell them what? That a book is threatening me? That someone knows all my secrets and can rewrite my life whenever they want?" Her eyes were fierce. "We need help. This isn't just about the book anymore. It's about who's behind it." I swallowed hard, the weight of the night pressing down. Every instinct screamed to run, to disappear. But the book in my bag was a constant, a reminder that some truths refuse to stay buried. "We don't have a choice," I said finally. "I'm in this now. There's no going back." The words felt like a verdict. A sudden noise made us both jump, a car door slamming somewhere down the street. The alley around us seemed too quiet afterward, like the city was holding its breath. "We should get to the roof," Sarah urged, glancing up at the fire escape ladder just beyond the alley's end. I nodded, eyes on every shadow. Whoever sent that note was watching. They had to be. And if they were willing to step out into the open, that meant they wanted me scared. Controlled. But fear wasn't going to be enough. Not now. We climbed the ladder, the metal cold and unforgiving under our fingers. My legs burned with the effort, heart hammering in tempo with each step. At the roof, the wind hit us, sharp and biting, carrying the distant scent of rain and city grime. I pulled out my phone, fingers fumbling over the screen. No signal. No signal. The irony wasn't lost on me. The one thing I needed most, connection, was ripped away like a cruel joke. Sarah's voice was soft but urgent. "They're cutting us off. Whoever this is, they planned everything." I looked out over the cityscape, lights twinkling like indifferent stars. My secrets were out there now, floating in the dark, waiting to be found. Shadows pulled in the corners of the decrepit hallway, where silence seemed heavier than the dust that coated every surface. No escape. No safety. Only the book and the dangerous knowledge it held. I slid the book from my bag and opened it again. The pages were blank. For a moment, I thought I'd imagined everything. Then words began to appear, slow and deliberate, as if someone else was writing now. My name. The date. A confession I'd never spoken aloud. And beneath it, a chilling line that stopped my breath. "This is only the beginning." The wind whipped around me, cold and merciless. I closed the book, hands shaking, and looked at Sarah. "We're past the point of no return," I said. "Whatever happens next, this story, my story, is already out of my control." She nodded, eyes fierce in the dim light. "Then we fight." But fight meant stepping into the unknown, into a game where every move was tracked, every secret a potential tool. And somewhere in the darkness, the people who'd rewritten my life were waiting. Watching. Waiting for me to make the next move. The wind thrashed harder, tugging at my jacket like it wanted to wrench me off the roof. Sarah stayed close, her breath fogging in the cold night air, eyes darting to every corner where a shadow might hide. I kept scanning the cityscape, but the glow from the streetlights did little to soothe the gnawing unease curling in my stomach. No signal. No way to call for help. No way to check if anyone else was watching, waiting. I swallowed hard, tasting the stale metal tang of the railing beneath my fingers, slick with dew. "They're organized," I said, voice rough. "Whoever this is, they've thought of everything." The note, the book, the blackout on my phone. My teeth clenched against the cold. "It's like they want me to unravel." Sarah nodded, her eyes sharp. "You're not wrong. But unraveling, making you doubt yourself, that's their power play. They want you to crack." Her voice dropped. "That book. It's not just a message. It's a tool." I wanted to argue, but the truth felt heavy, settling like lead in my chest. The book had rewritten itself overnight. It had spilled every secret I'd buried, every fear I'd never spoken aloud. And now, someone else had those pages, those words, maybe even more than I knew. A sudden noise made us both freeze. A faint scraping sound, like nails on concrete, coming from the alley below. I swallowed the sudden dryness in my mouth. "You hear that?" I whispered. Sarah nodded, eyes narrowing. "They're close. They want to make sure we don't talk." I wanted to laugh, bitter and hollow. Talk? To who? The police? Friends? No one. I'd already pulled away from everyone, afraid this had been going on long before the book. that someone had been watching, listening, waiting for the right moment. I stepped closer to the edge, peering down. The alley was a black chasm. The dim glow from a street lamp flickered erratically, casting long, jittery shadows that looked like fingers reaching out. I could just make out a figure, hunched and still, watching. Waiting. I swallowed again. This isn't about the book anymore. It's about control. About silence. Sarah's hand gripped my arm, sharp and steady. Then we don't give them that. We fight back. I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe I could fight, but the truth was raw and exposed. I didn't even know who they were, or how deep this went. A sudden gust ripped around the building, carrying with it the scent of damp concrete and something else, something acrid, metallic, like rust and old blood. My stomach clenched and my skin prickled under the cold wind. "We need a plan," I said, voice low. "But first, we need to know what we're dealing with." Sarah's eyes never left the alley. "I have an idea. There's a cafe 2 blocks from here. It's open late, quiet. I can try to get a signal there. Maybe get us a line to the outside world." I hesitated, the thought of leaving the relative safety of the rooftop twisting my insides. But staying meant waiting, and waiting meant vulnerability. "All right," I said finally. "But we stick together. No splitting up." We climbed down the fire escape silently, the metal groaning under our weight. Every step felt like a countdown, every creak a warning. Once on the street, the city seemed different, less familiar, more menacing. The usual hum of traffic was absent. Even the distant sirens and barking dogs were muted, like the world had been sucked into a vacuum. We moved fast, slipping through back streets and side alleys, shadows clinging to us like wet cloth. The cafe was a small place, windows fogged with condensation, the scent of brewing coffee and burnt toast spilling out onto the sidewalk. Inside, a lone barista wiped down the counter, eyes tired and weary. I checked my phone again. No signal. Not here either. Sarah's shoulders slumped briefly before she squared them. "I'll ask if there's a landline. Maybe we can call from there, send a message." I tried to focus on the warmth of the cafe, the hum of the espresso machine, the faint clatter of cups. But my mind raced, replaying every word from the book, every secret laid bare. Who else knew? Who had sent the note? And how close were they? The barista, a woman with tired eyes and a tight smile, watched us like she expected trouble. Sarah stepped forward, voice low but steady. "Is there a phone we could use? I need to make an urgent call." The woman hesitated, then nodded toward the back. "Back office. But it's old, landline only. And, well, you don't look like trouble." Her eyes flicked to me. "You sure you're okay?" I forced a smile that didn't reach my eyes. "Just a rough night." The phone was heavy and cold in my hands, the cord tangled like a spider's web. I dialed a number I hoped would still be there, the only person I trusted enough to call. A friend. Someone who knew me better than most. No answer. I tried again. Nothing. I put the receiver down, heart pounding so loud I was sure the barista could hear it too. Sarah's gaze met mine, sharp, urgent. "They've cut off every line. This was planned." I nodded, voice barely above a whisper. "They're in my life. Maybe always have been." The barista glanced around nervously. "You two should get out of here. It's not safe." Her voice dropped lower. "Something's wrong with the town. People are disappearing, secrets getting dragged out into the light." I wanted to ask more, but a sudden noise from outside made us both freeze. The cafe door rattled in its frame. A shadow passed the window. Someone watching. Waiting. I felt the walls closing in tight, suffocating. Sarah grabbed my arm. We have to move. Now. Outside, the night had changed again. The sky was closing in, a dull gray ceiling pressing down over the town as I walked toward the library for the last time. Rain had started, light at first, then steady enough to soak through the thin cotton of my shirt by the time I reached the front steps. The familiar creak of the door felt different, heavier somehow, like it was warning me off or maybe pleading with me to come back. I pushed inside, the air cooler here, mixed with the smell of old paper and something faintly antiseptic, like the scent of a hospital waiting room. It was the smell I'd come to associate with dread. I carried the book with me, the one that had rewritten itself overnight, the book that knew me better than anyone ever should. My fingers traced the cracked leather spine, and I could feel the weight of every secret, every fear it had pulled from the shadows of my mind and laid bare on its pages. The librarian was behind her desk, sorting through a stack of returned books. She glanced up, her eyes briefly meeting mine. There was a flicker there. Was it regret? Recognition? I couldn't tell. I nodded, trying to keep my voice steady. I need to talk. She hesitated, then closed the ledger with a soft thump. I figured you might. Her voice was low, almost a whisper. Come with me. We moved through a back hallway, past shelves filled with books no one ever borrowed. The walls were lined with peeling wallpaper, faded floral patterns curling at the edges. Somewhere behind us, a radio played soft jazz, muted and distant. It felt like a scene out of a dream I didn't want to be part of. We stopped in a small office, cramped but tidy. A single window looked out onto the street, where rain blurred the neon glow of a sign. She closed the door and turned to me, folding her hands as if preparing for a confession. I'm sorry, she said quietly. I didn't mean for it to get this far. I blinked. What do you mean? Who else knows? Her lips pressed into a thin line. Not many. Just the people who set up the living library. It was supposed to be an experiment to see if books could connect with readers in a deeper way. But the book you checked out, it malfunctioned. Or maybe it worked too well. It pulled from you. From your mind, your memories. I swallowed hard, the room suddenly too small. Why me? Why my secrets? She shrugged, a gesture that seemed to carry more weight than it should. The book chooses. It's not random. It digs into what makes you vulnerable. And then it reveals it. What do they want from me? My voice barely rose above a whisper. Control. Silence. The town has secrets. Things people want buried. She looked away, biting her lip like she was fighting herself. They thought if they could expose people quietly, keep them afraid, they could prevent worse things from happening. I shook my head, the absurdity of it crashing over me. So they made a book that spies on people's minds? She nodded. Exactly. And your book, well, you found out too much. A sudden noise startled us both, a sharp knock at the door. I tensed instantly, the blood draining from my face. She glanced toward the door, then back to me. They're here, she said. You need to leave. I hesitated, my heart hammering in my chest. What happens if I don't? Her eyes were steady but grim. They'll try to make sure you don't talk. In ways you won't see coming. The room held its breath. Silence. Complete silence. I swallowed again and forced myself to stand. The book felt heavier in my hands, like a stone dragging me down. I'm done hiding. Her face softened, a flicker of something like hope or pity. "Then you're braver than I am." I slipped past her and back into the hallway. The rain had turned harder, pounding against the windows with a relentless rhythm. Outside, the world was blurry and gray, but I could see the faint glow of headlights approaching. I didn't look back. For days afterward, I stayed in the shadows. The town felt smaller, its streets tighter, every glance like a secret message. I heard whispers at the grocery store, in the coffee shop, behind closed doors. Faces I recognized but didn't trust. The book's pages haunted me, the words shifting each time I dared to look. It knew the truth about me, about all of us. I thought about burning it, tearing it apart. But what good would that do? The secrets were already out. The fear was already inside me, rooting itself deep. Instead, I started writing. Not in the book, but on blank pages of my own story. Every confession, every lie I'd hidden, every scar I tried to forget. Writing it down made it real, but also less dangerous. Less secret. I shared some of it with Sarah, my oldest friend. She listened without judgment, her eyes steady when mine wavered. "You're not alone," she said simply. "No matter what they want you to believe." Her words were a balm, but also a challenge. What if the only way to beat this was to stop hiding? To face the fear, even when the whole town seemed bent on silence? One afternoon, I returned to the library, not the back room, but the main hall. The place where the living library had been set up with all its bright promises and quiet threats. I stood in front of the shelves, the hum of fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. I placed the book down gently, closed the cover with care. The librarian appeared beside me, watching. "What now?" I looked at her, the rain still dripping from my coat. "I'm going to tell people. All of it. Not just my story, but what this place does. What they tried to do." Her gaze was sharp, something like admiration mixed with fear. "And the risks." I smiled, a slow, steady thing. "They've already come for me. If I'm silent, they win. If I speak, maybe there's a chance they won't." There was a long pause, the weight of the moment settling between us. Then she nodded once. I walked out into the rain, the book beneath my arm, the cool air washing over me. The streets were empty, but I felt something shift inside. A kind of quiet power. I wasn't invisible anymore. I was seen. And that made all the difference. Later, in the safety of my apartment, I sat by the window watching the rain blur the city lights into a soft glow. My hands were steady now, no longer trembling like they had when I first found the book. The story was out there, beyond these walls, beyond the whispers and the fear. I didn't know what would happen next. I only knew I wouldn't be silent. Because sometimes the darkest stories aren't hidden in shadows but written on pages, pages that demand to be read. And I was ready to read mine aloud. Story 2, Silent Watch, Messages from the Forest. The first morning in the cabin arrived like a slow breath. I'm not usually one for solo retreats, but after months of city noise and crowded rooms, I needed this quiet isolation, some space to think. The cabin was modest, a single room with a stove, a small pile of firewood stacked neatly by the door, and a window that framed a patch of wild undergrowth. I liked the rough edges, the way the plaster walls were chipped near the corners, the uneven floorboards that creaked underfoot. It felt honest, unpretentious, like a place that had been waiting for someone to settle in and listen. After dragging myself out of bed, I pulled on my boots and stepped outside into the chill morning air. The forest was still wearing its damp coat, leaves glistening faintly, spider webs stretched like lace between branches. The scent of pine was stronger now, sharp and clean. I took a deep breath, and for a moment, It felt like I was breathing in something ancient, something older than me. I spent the morning unpacking the supplies I'd brought: canned beans, dried fruit, a few books, and my journal. Nothing fancy. I arranged them on the weathered table inside, lining up the tins with almost childish care. Everything had its place. This was my sanctuary. Later, after a light lunch, I wandered down a narrow trail to the small creek I'd spotted on the map. The water was clear and cold, running over smooth stones. I knelt down, cupping handfuls of it to drink. The taste was pure, but with a faint metallic edge, like the smell of old rain on iron. As I looked up, the forest around me seemed to hold its breath. The usual chatter of birds was muted. Even the breeze had stopped. I told myself that was normal. Forests have quiet moments. Maybe I was just tired, too much city noise leaving my nerves raw. Back at the cabin, I settled near the window with my journal. The light was fading, and shadows stretched long between the trees. I scribbled down my thoughts, trying to capture the strange mix of peace and something unplaceable that was settling in. That's when I noticed it. A carving on the bark of a small maple tree just outside the window. It wasn't there this morning. The letters were crude, etched roughly but deliberately. I see you. I blinked. Leaned closer. The bark was fresh where the cuts had been made, the sap oozing slightly, a sticky ember that caught the last light. I stepped outside, heart thumping in a way that had nothing to do with fear. Curiosity, maybe. Or disbelief. There was no one in sight. No footprints in the soft earth, nothing disturbed except for that single tree. I ran my fingers over the carving, the crease rough and cold. The words felt like a challenge or a warning. I told myself it had to be someone else, another hiker, maybe, or a local playing a prank. But I hadn't seen a soul since I arrived, and the nearest cabin was miles away. I went back inside, locking the door behind me, even though the locks felt old and unreliable. The wind picked up then, rattling the window panes and carrying the scent of smoke from somewhere deep in the woods. I sat down, hands trembling as I poured myself a cup of tea. The warmth did little to settle the chill creeping up my spine. By the time darkness fell, I checked every window and door twice. The forest outside was a black wall, thick and impenetrable. I kept hearing twigs snap, leaves rustle, always just beyond the reach of the porch light. I tried to laugh it off. Probably a raccoon, I muttered aloud, but the sound of my own voice only made the silence feel heavier. Something else had changed, though I couldn't say what. The air felt charged, like the moment before a storm breaks. I wondered, briefly, if I'd made a mistake coming here alone. But then I reminded myself why I needed this. To find some clarity. To shake off the noise. To be alone, really alone. Yet now, alone didn't feel the same. That night, I lay awake listening to the forest breathe, slow, deep, and patient. The rain had started again, tapping a steady rhythm on the roof. Somewhere beyond the trees, something waited. Something that knew I was here. And I wasn't sure if I wanted to know why. The hours slipped by, each one heavier than the last. Shadows shifted just beyond the window pane, twisting with the wind's mournful howl. I could feel it pressing in, an unseen weight that seeped into the air like fog. My heartbeat synchronized with the rain's pulse, an erratic drum reminding me I was very much alive, and very much not alone. I tried to steady my breath, to push away the creeping unease curling in my chest. But the forest had secrets, and tonight, it felt like they were reaching out, brushing against my skin like cold fingers. Images flickered behind my eyes, faces I'd forgotten, voices whispered like ancient incantations. The line between memory and reality blurred, and I wondered if the storm was conjuring more than just noise. A sudden crack echoed through the trees, sharp and deliberate. I sat up, every nerve taut, eyes scanning the darkness beyond the glass. For a long moment, there was nothing but the relentless rain. Then, almost imperceptibly, a figure emerged, half hidden among the swaying trunks, watching. I wasn't sure whether to be terrified or relieved. Because maybe I wasn't meant to find clarity here after all. Maybe the forest had something else in store for me, something I couldn't ignore. The rain stopped just before dawn. I remembered the figure from last night, the way it had lingered just beyond the trees. I kept looking, hoping to catch another glimpse. Nothing. But then, my eyes caught something just beyond the edge of the clearing where I'd walked yesterday, a tree marked with fresh carvings. The bark was raw, the edges still ragged, like the message had been left only hours before. My stomach turned. I approached cautiously. The carvings weren't words, at least not in any alphabet I recognized. They were symbols, lines, and arcs, arranged in a pattern that felt deliberate but indecipherable. A rough circle, crossed by two parallel lines, some jagged marks that almost looked like tally marks. I traced a finger over the bark, the wood cool and damp beneath my skin. The tree stood out oddly among its neighbors, like it had been chosen for this purpose. I stepped back, trying to shake the sudden chill crawling up my spine. The forest was no longer just a backdrop for solitude. It had become a stage set for some hidden drama I couldn't read yet. Inside the cabin, I checked my supplies. That's when I noticed the first unsettling detail of the morning. My food pack, the one I'd carefully stacked by the door, was shifted. Not just nudged, but rearranged. The granola bars were no longer in their neat pile but scattered, some turned upside down. The water bottle had been moved closer to the window. I stared at the scene, blinking, wondering if I'd done it myself in a half-conscious state. But no, I was too orderly, too careful. This was deliberate. I ran through the cabin, checking every corner. My journal was open on the table, the pages where I'd written last night's thoughts smeared with moisture, but no new entries. The small radio I'd brought along to listen to weather forecasts was silent, the screen blank. No signal out here, unsurprisingly, but the silence felt thicker today, heavier. An idea struck me. If someone was watching, maybe they wanted me to notice. Maybe those carvings and the rearranged supplies were some kind of message. But what? And why? I wasn't a hunter, not a tracker, and certainly not a threat. I was just a man craving quiet. Still, the thought of being watched unsettled me more than I cared to admit. I decided to investigate systematically. I grabbed my notebook and pen and started mapping the area around the cabin, marking every tree, every cleared patch, every indistinct footprint or broken twig. The ground was saturated, so footprints were clear, too clear. I found some near the carvings, shallow but fresh. Whoever had been there hadn't tried to hide their presence. That was either confidence or carelessness. I followed the trail gently into the woods, careful to keep the cabin in sight. The forest closed in quickly, branches brushing against my jacket, needles prickling my neck. Every sound was amplified, the drip of water from leaves, the distant caw of a crow, the rustle of something moving away just beyond my peripheral vision. The footprint stopped abruptly near a fallen log. I crouched and examined the ground. No sign of recent passage beyond that point. It was as if whoever had been here had vanished into thin air. I swallowed hard. Something about the scene felt staged. Like a warning. Or a game. Back at the cabin, I found more evidence. My backpack, which I'd left on the porch bench, was again disturbed. This time, a small bundle of twigs lay neatly wrapped in a strip of cloth right on top of it. I don't know why, but I unfolded the cloth carefully. Inside was a faded photograph, cracked at the edges. Two children, smiling, standing in front of a house that looked vaguely familiar. I stared at it, my fingers trembling. How did it get here? I certainly hadn't seen it before. A knot tightened in my throat. The forest wasn't just watching me. It was communicating. And it was personal. I tried to call someone on my phone. No signal. I checked the radio again, still dead. I was completely cut off. I sat down heavily on the porch, the photograph clutched in my hand. A distant dog barked somewhere in the valley, the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones sharp and urgent. The sun broke through a patch of cloud, casting long shadows across the wet grass. The forest was alive, but it wasn't waiting for me. It was waiting for something else. Or someone. I tried to think about the photograph logically. Maybe it belonged to the previous occupant of the cabin. Maybe it had been left behind in a drawer or a box. But the cloth wrapping, it was too deliberate. Someone had placed it there for me to find. A message wrapped in mystery. I thought about leaving, about packing up and driving back to the noise and light of the city. But something held me here. A stubborn thread of curiosity. Or maybe it was pride, the kind that whispers you can handle whatever comes your way. I stood, the photograph folded carefully and slipped into an inside pocket. The forest seemed darker now, the trees taller and denser. The air tasted faintly metallic. My hands felt clammy. I decided to set some traps, not the kind that catch animals, but little markers. Sticks tied with red thread, arranged in patterns I could track. I wanted to know if someone was moving around the cabin at night, if those rearranged supplies were a one-off or a part of a routine. As evening fell, I sat by the window with a flashlight, scanning the tree line. The forest was a wall of shadows, shifting and breathing. I caught movement quick, deliberate, just between two trunks. I blinked. A figure? Yes. A man. No face visible, just the outline of a tall, thin body. I swallowed the lump in my throat and whispered, "Who's there?" No answer. Only the rustling of leaves. I wanted to call out again, to demand a reason, but my voice caught in my throat. Instead, I reached for the radio, tapping the button like some kind of lifeline. Static hissed back, unbroken. The figure didn't move closer. It just watched. Waiting. I felt the old fear crawling back, but also something sharper, determination. I wasn't going to be chased out of here by shadows and whispers. Not yet. The night stretched on, thick and slow. I kept my eyes on the darkness, waiting for whatever came next. Because by now, I understood this wasn't a random visitor or some lost wanderer. It was a calculated presence. Someone who wanted me to see, to understand, to respond. And I knew this was only the beginning. The night crawled on, slow and deliberate, like a spider weaving its web around me. Morning came with a cold, biting wind that rattled the cabin's thin windows. I woke stiff, my body aching from the tension of the night. Every nerve still hummed, as if expecting the figure to step through the door at any second. I lay still, staring at the cracked plaster ceiling, trying to piece together what I was up against. The forest outside looked innocent enough in the pale light. Dew kissed the leaves, the scent of pine mingling with damp earth. But I knew better now. The trees weren't just trees. They were eyes, mouths, traps. I forced myself to get up. The cabin smelled faintly of mildew, with a trace of burnt wood from the stove I'd lit yesterday. I pulled on my jacket and stepped outside. The ground was soft underfoot, squishing with mud and fallen needles. My breath came out in light puffs. The figure could be anywhere, just beyond the rim of my vision. Near the edge of the clearing, I spotted something new. Carved into the bark of an old oak was a message, short, sharp, and chilling. Stay. The letters were jagged, like whoever had done it didn't care about neatness. I traced the lines with a trembling finger, the rough bark scratching against my skin. How many times had I walked past this tree without noticing? Or had the message appeared overnight? I glanced around, eyes darting between trunks and branches. No movement. No sign of the watcher. But the message wasn't a warning, it was a command. It made my skin crawl in a way that nothing else had so far. I turned back toward the cabin to check my supplies. The previous days had shown me the patterns by now. Food packets moved, my water bottle shifted, even my journal was rearranged so the pages stuck together differently. I wasn't imagining it. Someone was here. Someone close enough to touch my things while I slept. Inside, I found my gear scattered in a way I didn't recognize. My backpack was open, the straps twisted like a noose. My map had a fresh crease running across the center, folding it in half. I ran my hand over the worn paper, heart thudding hard. Whoever was doing this was sending a message, but what? I tried to remember if I'd heard footsteps last night. Nothing beyond the soft rustling of flying through the pines. But I kept the door locked, double-checked the windows. The locks were weak, but better than nothing. I sat down heavily at the small wooden table, rubbing my temples. I needed a plan. Panic wouldn't help me. I tried to think logically. Maybe this was a game to them. A way to scare off anyone who dared come here. But why me? I wasn't special. Just a city dweller craving solitude. Then it hit me, the radio. I'd been fiddling with it, hoping for a crackle of life, a human voice. But the static was endless. I hadn't considered it might have been tampered with. I grabbed the radio and examined it closely. The antenna looked bent, slightly twisted at the base. I tried to adjust it, but the hiss didn't change. Whoever was out there had some knowledge, enough to disrupt my only lifeline. The thought sank in. I was cut off. Completely. I paced the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, the floor creaking under my boots. The walls seemed to close in, the cabin shrinking around me. A sudden knock at the door made my blood run cold. I froze, breath caught in my chest. "Hello?" I called out, voice shaking despite my best effort. No answer, just silence. Then another knock. Slow. Deliberate. I edged to the door, peered through the peephole. Nothing but the empty clearing. My stomach lurched. Whoever had been knocking was gone or never there at all. I backed away, heart pounding. This wasn't a visitor. It was a stalker. I sat back down, trying to steady my racing thoughts. I had to move. Stay put and I was trapped. Run and I risked stumbling into the unknown, unprepared. I thought about the figure from last night, the tall man who never revealed his face. Maybe he was the one leaving the messages, the one rearranging my things. But why? What did he want? I rifled through my journal, searching for any clue I might have missed. Then I found it, something scribbled in the margins, barely legible, from the first day. Not alone. That phrase echoed in my mind. It wasn't just me in the woods. Never had been. The sun climbed higher, but the cabin felt colder. I realized I hadn't eaten since yesterday's meager breakfast. Hunger gnawed at me, but the fear was sharper. I forced myself to drink water, the metallic taste lingering on my tongue. Outside, the forest whispered secrets I couldn't understand. The wind carried faint voices, or maybe it was just my imagination twisting reality. I needed to check the perimeter, but every step outside felt like walking into a trap. Still, I couldn't ignore the growing sense that something was changing. The watcher wasn't content to remain hidden. He wanted a response. I grabbed my jacket and slipped outside, heart hammering, eyes scanning every shadow. Near the far edge of the clearing, I spotted a cluster of stones arranged in a rough circle. I hadn't noticed them before. In the center lay a small bundle wrapped in cloth. My breath hitched. I approached slowly, hands raised in case I needed to defend myself. The cloth was rough burlap, tied with frayed twine. I untied it with trembling fingers. Inside was a notebook, old, weathered, the cover stained with dirt and rain. I flipped it open. Inside were pages filled with messy handwriting, mostly crossed out or overwritten. But one entry stood out, dated nearly a year ago. I watch. I wait. They come, but none stay. She might be different. The words sent a chill down my spine. She might be different. That had to be me. I read on, every line more unsettling than the last. The writer spoke of loneliness, of watching the forest's visitors, of a desire to connect but a fear of rejection. The notebook was a diary of the watcher. I closed it, heart pounding. This wasn't random. It was personal. Suddenly, the wind shifted, carrying a scent I recognized, smoke, faint but real. Someone was nearby. Not just watching, but close enough to make a fire. I looked up, scanning the trees, but saw nothing but dark trunks and fluttering leaves. I dropped the notebook inside the cabin, locked the door, and slid the bolt across. There was no going back now. The watcher had stepped out of the shadows, and I was trapped in his world. A soft tapping came at the window, slow, rhythmic. I stared, breath shallow, and saw a single word scratched into the glass with a fingernail or some sharp object. Play. Silence. Complete silence. Then the radio crackled once, faint but unmistakable. A voice. Why are you here? The question hung in the air, heavy and accusing. I swallowed hard, knowing the answer would change everything. The voice on the radio cracked again, this time a little clearer, but still warped by static. You can't hide. Not here. Not now. It was low, deliberate, and carried an edge that made my skin crawl. I dropped the radio onto the floor, my fingers trembling so much I almost lost grip. The cabin felt suddenly smaller, the walls closing in like the forest itself was leaning closer, listening. I pressed my back against the door, eyes darting to the window where play was still etched in jagged lines. Moonlight spilled in, casting pale shadows that flickered with the sway of the trees. The tapping had stopped, but the silence was worse, thick and expectant. I could almost hear my own heartbeat pounding in my ears. The smell of smoke was stronger now, carried on a chill breeze that slipped through the cracks beneath the door. Someone was out there, maybe just beyond the tree line. Not a visitor. A predator. I had to move, had to do something, but my limbs felt frozen, tangled in fear and disbelief. I swallowed hard and forced myself up. The notebook lay on the floor beside the radio, its pages still open to that nightmarish confession. The watcher, the lonely man who'd been observing me, had stepped out from behind the trees, and he wasn't playing games anymore. Or maybe the entire retreat had been his game from the start. My fingers brushed the notebook's cover, rough and worn. I had to understand him, had to find some way to reason with this person, even if it seemed impossible. I flipped to the last entry, the one I hadn't read yet. The handwriting was rushed, almost frantic. She's here now. I can't let her leave. I don't want to hurt her, but I need her to see me, to feel the loneliness I've lived with. If she runs, the silence will swallow me again. A shudder ran through me, cold and deep. This wasn't just an observer anymore. This was someone desperate, someone broken. Or maybe dangerous. Was there a line between those things? I glanced at the window again. The wordplay mocked me in the moonlight. Play? What kind of game was this? A trap? A test? I didn't want to find out. The radio crackled again. Come outside. It's time. The voice was calm now, almost gentle, but the threat underneath was unmistakable. I backed away, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst through my ribs. I needed light, needed to see outside. The cabin's single lamp flickered weakly, casting long shadows that danced across the wooden walls. I grabbed it and stepped to the door, hand shaking as I unlatched the bolt. The cold air rushed in like a living thing, biting my skin. Outside, the forest was a mass of shifting shadows and rustling leaves. The fire's glow flickered in the distance, just beyond the line of trees, warm and deadly. I stepped out, the rough ground crunching beneath my boots. The cool night smelled of pine and smoke, and somewhere far off, a dog barked once, sharp and sudden. My breath misted in the air, and I fought the urge to run. Hello? My voice was barely a whisper, swallowed by the vastness of the woods. No answer. Just the crackling fire and the distant, rhythmic tapping like a heartbeat. Closer now. Too close. Then a movement caught my eye, a figure stepping from behind a tree, face obscured by shadows. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman, young or old. All I knew was that this person was watching me, waiting. I swallowed hard. Why are you doing this? My voice was steadier than I expected. The figure didn't answer. Instead, they raised a hand slowly and pointed toward the fire, then back at the cabin. A silent message, come. Or leave. I hesitated, torn between fear and something else, curiosity. A desperate need for answers. The night stretched out before me, dark and endless. I could turn and bolt back to the cabin, lock myself in, pretend none of this was real. Or I could step forward into the unknown, into the Watcher's world. My hands trembled as I took a breath, the cold air filling my lungs. The Watcher was waiting. And I was about to find out what that meant, no matter the cost. I stepped closer, the gravel crunching beneath my boots breaking the heavy silence. The dim light from the cabin faded behind me, swallowed by the encroaching shadows. Ahead, the Watcher's shape solidified, no longer just a pair of eyes flickering in the dark. Tall, silent, unmoving. Like a statue carved from the night itself. Who are you? I whispered, voice barely more than a breath. No answer came. Instead, a faint rustle, like fabric shifting or leaves stirred by an unseen wind. The Watcher pointed, slow and deliberate, toward the edge of the woods. A shiver ran down my spine, but I found myself following the gesture, stepping into the dense thicket. Branches scraped my arms, thorns snagged my coat, but something pulled me deeper, a thread unraveling inside me that I hadn't known was there. The forest seemed to lean in, listening, waiting. Suddenly, a clearing opened before me, bathed in an eerie silver light pouring from the moon above. In the center was a circle of stones, ancient and worn, humming with a silent power that made my skin prickle. The Watcher stopped, then turned fully toward me for the first time. Its eyes, no longer just watchful, but burning with an impossible depth, fixed on mine. A voice, cold and distant, echoed in my mind. Welcome. You've come far. Now the truth begins. The moon hung low, spilling silver over that circle of stones like a spotlight on some forgotten stage. Welcome. You've come far. Now the truth begins. The voice had been a whisper, almost imagined, but it stuck with me, echoing like thunder in the silence. I wanted to run, to sprint back through the thicket, past the scrabbling branches and thorny undergrowth, straight to the cabin where the faint warmth of a flickering lantern promised safety. But my legs refused to move. Instead, I stepped closer to the stones, eyes flicking between the watcher and the clearing around me. The silence was thick, almost suffocating, broken only by the occasional snap of a twig somewhere deeper in the woods. Who were they? What did they want? The questions crowded in my mind, sharp and relentless. I took a deep breath, the cold air biting in my lungs, and finally found my voice. Why? Why have you been watching me? The watcher shifted, the fabric of their coat brushing against the dead leaves. You needed to see. To understand. Understand what? I wanted to ask, but the words caught in my throat. Instead, I watched as they reached out, fingers trembling slightly, and traced a symbol on one of the stones. It was crude, but deliberate, a circle intersected by a jagged line. Something ancient, something personal. Not all who wander are lost, the watcher said, voice softer now. But some are haunted. I swallowed hard, the weight of those words settling deep inside me. My retreat, my escape, it had been a mistake. I hadn't come here to be found. To be watched. To be hunted. The watcher took a step back, disappearing into the shadows beyond the clearing. I stood alone among the stones, the forest pressing in on all sides. For a moment, I let the silence wash over me, the cold seeping into my bones. When I finally turned back toward the cabin, the forest seemed different, less a sanctuary, more a labyrinth of secrets and lies. The next morning, light filtered weakly through the canopy. I woke on the cabin floor, the rough wood pressing against my cheek, a dull ache in my skull. The night's events felt like a dream slipping away, but the circle of stones was burned into my memory. Outside, the forest was quiet. Too quiet. I stepped out, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. My supplies, which had been meticulously rearranged each day, were untouched. No cryptic carvings marred the trees near the cabin. For a moment, I thought the watcher had vanished. But then I saw it, a single word, carved into the bark of the nearest tree, remember. The letters were jagged, raw, as if carved in a hurry. My fingers traced the grooves, the bark rough beneath my skin. Remember what? I had no idea. But the message felt like a thread, pulling me back into the forest's tangled web. Days passed. The unease didn't fade. Each morning, I found small changes. My journal moved, a half-eaten apple replaced with a fresh one, footprints in the soft soil just beyond the cabin's edge. The watcher was still there, lurking, watching. I tried to confront them again. I left notes, questions scribbled hastily on scraps of paper, tucked into tree hollows or pinned beneath rocks. No reply came, only the feeling of unseen eyes tracking my every move. One afternoon, as sunlight dappled the forest floor, I followed a faint trail of broken twigs and crushed leaves deeper into the woods, drawn by a mixture of fear and curiosity I couldn't shake. The air grew colder, shadows longer, as if the trees themselves were leaning in to listen. Eventually, I stumbled upon an old campsite, long abandoned. A rusted tin can, a faded photograph pinned beneath a stone. The photo showed a man and a woman, smiling, arms wrapped around each other, standing in front of this very cabin. Their eyes were bright, hopeful. And then, scrawled in faded ink on the back, a date 20 years ago. I pocketed the photo, heart pounding. The watcher wasn't a ghost or a figment of my imagination. They were real. They had history here. A connection to this place I couldn't yet understand. That night, I lay awake, the silence broken by the distant hoot of an owl and the soft rustling of leaves. I thought about the watcher's words, the circle of stones, the carvings. about being hunted, about loss. I realized then that this retreat hadn't been about escaping the world. It had been about confronting something buried deep inside me. By morning, I made a decision. I would leave. Not because I was afraid, though my hands trembled often, but because I needed to carry what I'd learned back with me. To face the unknown, not run from it. Packing my things, I noticed one last message, carved carefully into the cabin door. Go. No threat. No warning. Just a quiet permission. As I walked the narrow path away from the cabin, the forest seemed to breathe around me, alive with memory and shadow. I glanced back once, catching the faintest flicker of movement between the trees. The watcher, disappearing into the mist. I didn't know their name, or why they had reached out through silence and symbols. But I understood this: some mysteries don't need solving. They need living with. The forest had changed me. I was no longer the person who had arrived, seeking solitude. I was someone who had been seen, hunted, and somehow allowed to leave. The road ahead was uncertain, but the weight of the unknown didn't feel quite so heavy anymore. I carried it with me, like the rough bark beneath my fingertips, a reminder of what it means to be truly watched and to watch back. Story 3: Distorted Perceptions, Medication's Haunting Effects. The first morning after I started the new prescription, everything looked just a little off. I rubbed my eyes and blinked hard. That's when I noticed it. The woman across the street, standing by the bus stop, had a flicker in her face, a subtle shift in the way her jaw moved, like a twitch you catch only when you're staring too long. Her eyes darted sideways as if she'd just caught a secret she wasn't supposed to know. I shook my head, trying to clear the fog in my brain, and told myself I was reading too much into it. The pills, they said, might make you a little dizzy at first. That must be it. I stood up and moved toward the bathroom, the wooden floor cool under my bare feet. The mirror above the sink was speckled with tiny water spots, and the light bulb flickered faintly. I caught my own reflection and frowned. My face looked the same, but somehow more hollow, like the shadows around my eyes had deepened overnight. I pinched the bridge of my nose, tasting the faint bitterness of the medication on my tongue. The doctor said it would help, but the warning about possible perceptual disturbances lingered in my head. I brushed my teeth with slow, deliberate strokes, the minty taste sharp and oddly grounding. The bathroom fan whirred quietly, a low hum that seemed to fill the small space with static. Then I heard it, the whispering. Soft, indistinct, like someone speaking just beyond the door, or maybe inside the walls. I froze, toothbrush halfway in my mouth. "Hello?" I said, voice cracking. Silence. Complete silence. I spat out the toothpaste and rinsed, scanning the room. Nothing. The whispers had stopped, or maybe they'd never been there at all. I tried to tell myself that maybe the drug was messing with my hearing, but the skin on my neck prickled, and I wasn't sure if it was fear or something else. The air smelled faintly of bleach and damp plaster, a scent I hated but couldn't quite escape. After breakfast, I decided to take a walk. The streets felt unusually empty for a weekday morning, the usual chatter of neighbors replaced by a dull quiet. I passed by the corner cafe where the barista, a young man with messy hair and a faded tattoo on his wrist, was stacking chairs on tables. He glanced up and smiled briefly, but then his face shifted. The smile faltered, lips twitching like they were holding back a secret joke. I caught the change out of the corner of my eye and looked away quickly, heart thumping a little harder. The whispering started again as I moved down the block, this time clearer but still impossible to place. I could swear I heard my name, or something close to it, but when I turned toward the sound, there was only the empty street and the faint hum of traffic in the distance. A dog barked somewhere far off, sharp and sudden, breaking the tension, but it didn't last. I stopped at a bench near a small park, sitting down on the rough wood. The sky had brightened just enough to warm my skin, but a cold breeze drifted through the bare branches of the trees, scratching against my jacket like fingernails on glass. I closed my eyes and tried to steady my breathing. Was it the medication? Or had something changed in the way I saw the world? Then I noticed a man sitting across the path, a few yards away. His eyes were fixed on me, but not in the way people usually look when you catch their attention. It was calculating, sharp, like he was trying to figure out if I belonged or if I was an intruder in some invisible game. His mouth curved into a thin, humorless smile, and I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the wind. I looked away, heart hammering. The whispering rose again, layered and urgent beneath the sounds of the city. I couldn't tell if it was coming from him or somewhere else entirely. I wanted to shake my head, to clear the fog and tell myself I was imagining things, but the words hung in the air, cold and heavy with silence, impossible to ignore. I left the park quickly, the man's gaze burning into my back, and walked home with a tightening in my chest. The hallways of my apartment building felt narrower, the walls closing in. The elevator's fluorescent lights flickered as I stepped inside, casting long shadows on the floor. I pressed the button for my floor and leaned against the cold metal wall, trying to catch my breath. When the doors slid open, everything was quiet again. I unlocked my door and slipped inside, locking it behind me with a soft click that somehow sounded too loud. The room smelled faintly of stale coffee and old books. I sank onto the couch, the fabric coarse and familiar beneath my fingertips. I wanted to call someone, anyone, but the phone felt heavy in my hand, like it belonged to a stranger. Instead, I stared at the ceiling, watching the light flicker and thinking about the woman at the bus stop, the barista's twitching smile, the man in the park, and the whispers I couldn't place. Was my mind fracturing, splitting into pieces I couldn't hold together anymore? Or was I finally seeing something real, a hidden layer beneath the everyday, a network of secrets and half-truths that everyone else ignored? I didn't know. But I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't escape it. The night stretched on like a faded photograph, edges curling and colors draining. I tried dialing the clinic again, fingers trembling so badly the numbers blurred. The phone felt foreign, too heavy, too cold, like a relic I'd found in someone else's life. I put it down. Calling would only make things worse. I wasn't sure if I was unraveling or uncovering, but either way, I was slipping. Morning didn't come quietly. The sun slid sideways through the blinds, casting long, uneven bars of light across the threadbare carpet. I woke with a start, heart thudding unevenly, the whispers still echoing faintly in the corners of my mind. Coffee was the only thing that could cut through the fog like a dull item, so I shuffled to the kitchen, the linoleum cold under my bare feet. The barista's twitching smile from yesterday kept flickering in my mind. Was it a tic? A nervous habit? Or something else? I needed more than half glimpses and half-heard murmurs. I needed proof. Something solid, something real. I grabbed my jacket and headed out, the air sharp with early spring chill. The city felt different in daylight, but the edges were just as sharp. Faces I passed shifted subtly, almost imperceptibly, like reflections in a cracked mirror. A man at the crosswalk, his eyes flicked sideways, then back, but his mouth moved in a way that didn't quite match his words. A woman in the cafe across the street leaned too close to her companion, whispering so low I caught fragments. Not what it seems. Watch your back. I stopped, heart pounding. Did anyone else hear that? Probably not. But the whispers were clearer now, like a radio tuning in, static falling away. I felt the cold sweat on my neck and realized I had been holding my breath. Back inside my apartment, I pulled out my laptop and started jotting down everything I'd noticed, the twitching smile, the mismatched lips, the whispers. Little details that didn't add up. I knew I should feel paranoid. I knew I should want to run. but part of me was desperate to understand. The phone rang suddenly, sharp and intrusive. I jumped, then let it ring out. No caller ID. Later, it rang again. I answered on the third ring. Hello? A pause. Then, a voice, low and even, careful not to sound threatening but weighted with something unsaid. You're paying attention now. That's good. I swallowed hard. Who is this? Someone who knows what you're seeing. It's not the medication. Not exactly. I wanted to laugh. Or scream. Instead, I just whispered, "What do you mean?" The line clicked dead. I sat there, the dial tone humming in my ear, and realized I was in deeper than I thought. Later, I went back to the bus stop where I'd first noticed the woman with the twitching smile. The bench was empty, but the air was thick with the smell of exhaust and something else, something metallic and sharp, like pennies rubbed raw. I crouched, fingers brushing against the rough concrete. A scrap of paper caught my eye, folded small and tucked beneath a crack. I unfolded it carefully. The note was typed, clipped from a printout. They watch. They listen. But no one sees. Not yet. I looked up. The street was quiet, the hum of the city distant and cold. I stuffed the note into my pocket and started walking, the whispering voices rising again, just beneath the surface of sound. I needed allies. I couldn't do this alone, not if the world around me was peeling back like old wallpaper, revealing something raw and unsettling underneath. I thought of Emily, my neighbor from across the hall. She was a nurse, practical, no nonsense. Maybe she'd believe me. Or maybe she'd think I'd lost it. I knocked on her door. Twice. No answer. The hallway smelled faintly of lavender and bleach. I knocked again, louder this time. Footsteps approaching. The door opened a crack, and there she was, hair pulled back, eyes sharp. "Hey," she said. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I hesitated. Could I tell her about the flickers in people's faces? The whispers no one else noticed? The strange phone call? "I'm not sure," I said. "Something's died off. I think the medication's doing more than it should." She frowned and stepped aside. "Come in. Let's talk." Her apartment was bright and orderly, the scent of lemon cleaner sharp in the air. She poured coffee, and we sat across from each other, the silence stretching between us like a fragile bridge. "I don't know if it's the drug," I said, voice low. "I keep hearing things. Seeing moments like people's faces shift for a second. It's like they're hiding something." Emily frowned, biting her lip. "You mean, like hallucinations?" "Maybe. But what if it's something else? Like everyone's pretending, and I'm the only one who's not in on the act." She looked at me, searching. "That sounds terrifying. But you're not alone. If it's messing with your head, we'll figure it out. Together." I wanted to believe her. I wanted to believe that the world was still solid beneath my feet, that the shadows weren't closing in. But as I left her apartment, the whispering surged louder, carried on a breeze that smelled faintly of iron and dust. The next day, I started keeping a journal, noting every flicker, every whispered phrase. I recorded the times, places, even the weather. Patterns emerged, certain faces, certain words, always the same undercurrent of quiet menace. One afternoon, on the bus, I caught the man from the park watching me. His smile was tight, unnatural, and when our eyes met, I swear his face shifted for a heartbeat, revealing something harder underneath. I blinked. He smiled again, normal this time. But I was sure of it. This wasn't madness. Not entirely. I was seeing the cracks, and whatever was hidden behind them wasn't going away. That night, I lay awake, the ceiling light flickering like a heartbeat, the whispers swirling around me in the dark. Silence. Complete silence. Then, a voice, soft, urgent. "They're coming." I sat up, breath caught in my throat. The room was empty, but the weight of those words pressed against my skin. I wasn't safe. Not anywhere. And I still didn't know who to trust. I lay awake long after the whispers faded, staring at the cracked plaster of my ceiling. Morning dragged in with a gray wash of drizzle and the distant rumble of traffic. I stayed under the covers, fingers trembling as I reached for the journal on my nightstand. The pages were crammed with scribbles and half-formed thoughts from the last 2 days. Faces. Voices. Shifting shapes. The patterns were still there, but now it felt like they meant something darker. Something permanent. I forced myself out of bed, the cold floor biting through my socks. The air smelled faintly of wet pavement and stale coffee from the cafe downstairs. The city was waking up, oblivious to the undercurrent I'd stumbled into. I dressed quickly, pulling on my coat and scarf, the fabric rough against my skin. I needed answers. Or at least to see if anyone else noticed the cracks in reality. The bus was late, the usual crowd thinner than usual. I caught the man from the park again, sitting 2 rows ahead, his posture rigid, too rigid. His eyes flicked to mine, and for a fraction of a second, his face twisted like a mask slipping. But then it was gone, replaced by that same tight, unreadable smile. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear rising in my throat. He whispered something, barely audible, but I caught the words this time. "No escape." The phrase burned through my mind, setting off a chain reaction of cold sweat and nausea. I blinked, shaking my head as if to clear the fog. I wasn't hallucinating, not entirely. The drug was exposing something I wasn't meant to see. But what? And why me? At work, the fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, the hum mingling with the low murmur of coworkers. I kept catching glimpses, faces that flickered, voices that overlapped in a frequency only I could hear. The receptionist's smile fractured for a split second, revealing a hardness beneath the veneer. The man in accounting muttered a phrase that chilled me. "They're watching closer now." I looked up, catching the eyes of my boss. She was staring at me like I'd lost my mind, or worse, like she knew something I didn't. I forced a tight smile and turned back to my screen, fingers stiff on the keyboard. During lunch, I met Sarah in the park behind the office. She was the only person I trusted, or at least the closest to it. Her warm laugh and easy manner were like a brief respite from the creeping dread. But even she looked different today, her eyes too sharp, her smile too quick. "Are you okay?" she asked, voice low, almost hesitant. I hesitated, then told her everything, the whispers, the faces shifting, the man on the bus. She didn't laugh or roll her eyes. Instead, she leaned in closer, voice dropping to a whisper. "You're not the first. I've seen it too. Some of us do." I blinked, confusion knotting my stomach. "What do you mean?" "Seen what?" She glanced around nervously, then pulled out a crumpled piece of paper from her bag. "There's a group. People who started taking the same prescription. They say it cracks open your perception, but it's not just a drug. It's something else. A layer under everything we thought was real. They call it the veil." Cold fingers gripped my heart. "The veil?" She nodded. "It's like a filter between us and the truth. Most people never notice it, but the drug peels that filter back. You see the cracks, the lies underneath. But once you start seeing, you can't go back. And they don't want us to see. A breeze swept leaves around our feet. The scent of damp earth and grass filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, grounding me for a moment. But the weight of her words pressed down like a stone. Who are they? I asked, voice barely above a whisper. Sarah's eyes darted to a man sitting alone on a bench nearby. His gaze was fixed on us, cold and unblinking. They're the ones controlling the veil. The ones who keep the world looking normal. If you start to peel it back, they come for you. To stop you from tearing it all apart. I swallowed hard, the bitter taste of fear mixing with the metallic tang of adrenaline. So, this isn't just a side effect of the medication? No, Sarah said firmly. It's the whole point. That night, I sat by the window, rain tapping a steady rhythm against the glass. The streetlights cast long shadows, stretching and warping like dark fingers. My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. You shouldn't be looking. I stared at it, heart hammering. Was this a warning? A threat? Or some cruel joke? There was no turning back now. The cracks were widening, the whispers growing louder. The faces I passed each day weren't just shifting, they were masks hiding something I wasn't prepared to face. And the more I saw, the more I realized how deeply I was trapped. The prescription bottle glinted on the nightstand, an unspoken promise and a curse. I could stop taking it. Pretend none of this was real. But then the whispers would fade, and with them, maybe my chance to understand. Or maybe I'd lose the last thread of myself. I closed my eyes, the room tilting slightly as a faint voice whispered from the dark. You're already part of it. The light flickered again. Silence. Then the unmistakable sound of footsteps, soft, deliberate, just outside my door. The footsteps stopped. I wanted to convince myself it was just a prank, a sick joke from someone who knew about the prescription. But the sound tugged at something colder, deeper, a warning I couldn't ignore. I reached out slowly, fingers trembling, and slid the bottle off the nightstand. The faint chemical scent of the pills mingled with the stale air in the room, with its faint smell of dust and decay, and I swallowed hard. Could I really stop now? Would stopping mean surrender? Or losing whatever thread of truth I'd uncovered? The door creaked open, just a crack. A shadow slipped inside, a figure too familiar to be a stranger. The streetlight outside painted the room in sickly yellow, casting the visitor's face in sharp relief. It was Tom. Tom from the office. The one who'd laughed at my exhausted jokes during our late shifts. The one who always seemed to know more than he let on. Except now, his face wasn't quite right. The edges of his mouth twitched, like a mask stretched too tight. His eyes flickered, never quite settling. You shouldn't be here, he said, voice low. Not angry, not threatening, more like a tired warning. He stepped fully into the room, closing the door behind him with a soft click. I sat up straight, clutching the pill bottle like a lifeline. What are you? He held up a hand, cutting me off. I've been watching you. Since you started taking those. Watching me. The words hit harder than any shove. I swallowed again, feeling the metallic taste of fear bloom in my mouth. Why? I asked, voice uneven. What do you want? Tom's eyes darted to the window, then back to me. You don't understand what you're tangled in. That prescription, it's not just medicine. It's a key. And once you have it, you start to see things. Things we don't want you to see. I wanted to laugh. Or cry. Instead, I just blinked, trying to steady my racing heart. We? Who's we? He hesitated. The air thickened, like the room itself was holding its breath. Then he leaned closer, lowering his voice to a whisper that seemed to echo off the peeling wallpaper. There are people who manipulate what we see, what we believe. They hide behind masks, behind lies. The drug pulls back the curtain. But it's dangerous. Once you start knowing, they come after you. I rubbed my temples, the dull ache behind my eyes intensifying. The whispers I'd heard for days, the subtle shifts in faces, the voices no one else could catch, everything snapped into sharp focus. Why me? I said, voice barely steady. Why am I caught in this? Tom's expression softened, a flicker of something like regret. Because you're one of the few who can still fight it. Most people, they just accept the mask and forget. But you... He shook his head, as if trying to dispel a bad thought. You're dangerous to them. The room felt colder suddenly. I glanced toward the door, the hallway beyond swallowed in shadow. How do I stop it? How do I get out? He shook his head again. You don't. Not now. Not when you've already looked too deep. They're watching. They know. I swallowed hard, the pill bottle slipping from my fingers and clattering onto the floor. The sound seemed impossibly loud. My hand shook as I bent to pick it up. Tom, I whispered, what are you saying? Who's after me? He pulled a crumpled piece of paper from his jacket pocket, hands trembling. This, he said, handing it over. Look at it. You need to know. I unfolded the paper carefully. It was a photocopied list, names and dates, addresses scrawled in a hurried hand. Some names I recognized, people from my building, coworkers, even the barista who made my morning coffee. Others were strangers, all marked with small, neat X's next to them. Targets, Tom said quietly. People who've seen too much. I stared at the list, the weight of it pressing down like a stone in my chest. The whispers surged again, louder this time, a chorus of voices threading through my mind, tangled and urgent. Why show me this? I asked, voice barely audible. Because you're next, he said, stepping back. I can't protect you anymore. They'll come for you soon. The door handle rattled. My breath caught. The footsteps returned closer, heavier. Tom's eyes widened. Hide, he hissed, grabbing my arm. Fast. I stumbled toward the closet, fumbling with the door, heart hammering loud enough to drown out the whispers. The pill bottle slid from my grasp again. The scent of plastic and medicine filled the cramped space as I squeezed inside. Outside, the footsteps stopped at the bedroom door. A voice, low, unfamiliar, murmured something I couldn't catch. Then silence. Complete silence. The waiting. I pressed my back against the cold wood, trying to control the ragged rhythm of my breathing. The list burned in my hand, the names swimming before my eyes. I wanted to believe this was all some elaborate hallucination, a side effect of the drug twisting my mind into knots. But the weight in my chest said otherwise. The whispers returned, soft now, a thread linking me to whatever terrible truth I'd uncovered. You're already part of it. And I didn't know if I wanted to run or stay and fight. But one thing was certain, I couldn't go back. Not now. Not ever. The closet was stifling. I didn't move for what felt like hours. Time lost meaning in that cramped space. The whispers returned, so soft I almost convinced myself they were a trick of the drug. But no! These voices, these murmurs, were real. They threaded through the silence, snaking around the edges of my sanity. You're already part of it, they said. The words echoed inside my skull, a warning and a promise. I thought about the list in my hand, the names, the faces, the connections I could barely trust my eyes to see. How many of them were real? How many were shadows cast by this medication, twisting everything into something grotesque? I wanted to believe I could wake up from this nightmare, but deep down I knew waking up wasn't an option. The footsteps outside shifted again. A low murmur, a breath held too long, and then nothing. I waited, even as my throat dried and my hands trembled. Eventually, the sound of a door closing, soft, deliberate, and the creak of a lock turning. I stayed in that closet until the first blush of dawn, the kind of pale light that seeps in through cracks and leaves everything looking tired and worn. When I finally crept out, the house was silent. The list was still clenched in my fist, the paper crumpled and smeared, but the names were there, undeniable. I found my phone on the kitchen counter, screen cracked but still alive. I called my doctor, hands shaking so badly I almost hung up before the first ring. She answered on the second. "I need to stop the medication," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "I'm seeing things, hearing things. It's not right." There was a pause. Then, "I understand. We'll arrange for you to come in tomorrow. Until then, try to rest." Rest. The word felt like a joke. How do you rest when your own mind betrays you? When every face you see flickers, shifts, becomes someone else for a second too long? When the whispers never stop? The next day, I went to our office. The waiting room smelled faintly of antiseptic and old magazines. I sat there, fingers tapping the armrest, eyes darting to every face, searching for cracks. The doctor listened, nodding slowly, her expression unreadable. "I believe you," she said finally. "But I need to know everything. The medication is supposed to help, not harm." I told her about the voices, the shifting faces, the list, the man in the house. She scribbled notes, then looked up with eyes that didn't quite meet mine. "It's possible the medication is amplifying an underlying condition. We'll adjust your treatment, but I want you to avoid isolating yourself. Stay connected. Reality can be fragile." I nodded, though her words felt like a lifeline I wasn't sure I could grab. Back home, the world felt heavier. The sunlight was harsher, the shadows longer. People's faces still wavered in and out of focus, but I caught myself, grounding myself in small, deliberate acts. I touched the rough fabric of my shirt, the cold metal of the door handle, the smooth glass of my coffee mug. Each texture a tether to the world as I knew it. The whispers didn't vanish, but they became quieter, less urgent. Sometimes, they seemed to fade altogether. I began to question whether I was healing or just retreating into denial. Then came the phone call. A voice I recognized, but distant, cautious. "You don't have to keep this to yourself," it said. "There are others. People who've seen what you saw. We're not alone." I swallowed hard. The list. The names. Maybe I wasn't crazy. Maybe the drug hadn't fractured my mind, but rather peeled back the layers of something darker, something human and terrifyingly real. I met with the caller a few days later in a small cafe downtown. The air smelled of burnt coffee and old paper. She was older, eyes sharp and tired. "They call it the slips," she said. "Faces changing. Voices in the silence. It's not supernatural. It's manipulation. Control. People in power hiding behind masks." I wanted to believe her, but fear gnawed at the edges of my trust. "Why me?" I asked. "Because you saw. Because you didn't look away." It was a burden and a curse. In the weeks that followed, I stopped taking the medication under my doctor's supervision. The faces settled, No longer grotesque distortions, but people, flawed, messy, human. The whispers faded to a dull murmur, like wind through dry leaves. But the knowledge remained like a scar beneath my skin. I wasn't sure if I'd uncovered some hidden reality or if my mind had simply fractured and healed on its own terms. Maybe it was both. Some nights, when the house is quiet and the shadows lean in close, I still hear the faintest echoes, whispers that remind me I'm part of something bigger and darker than I want to admit. The list is tucked away in a drawer, folded but unreadable now, names blurring into the past. I don't know if I'm free. Maybe freedom is just the absence of certain kinds of fear. Or maybe it's learning to live with the ones that never quite leave. I'm still here. Still listening. Still watching the faces, trying to discern truth from illusion. And as unsettling as it is, I'm ready, because turning away is no longer an option. The night deepens, and with it, the weight of what's to come settles in my bones. Story 4, Apartment of Lingering Presence, Haunting Figures at the Edge. The apartment smelled like old wood and something faintly sour, like forgotten fruit left behind by a careless tenant. I noticed it the moment I stepped inside, the scent wrapping around me like a threadbare blanket. It was the kind of smell that made you pause, tilt your head just slightly, and wonder if you'd get used to it. I told myself I would. I had to. Moving day was a blur of cardboard boxes and dusty sunlight pouring through grimy windows. The building was one of those squat brick affairs that had seen better decades, with peeling paint and a staircase that creaked beneath every step. My new place was on the 3rd floor, overlooking a narrow alley where a stray cat sometimes prowled at night. The landlord, a woman named Mrs. Calloway, handed me the keys without much ceremony. "Old place," she said, voice brittle but not unkind. "Hold stories. You'll hear 'em if you listen." I laughed, but I wasn't sure why. Stories. Right. I hoped the only stories I'd hear would be the usual, the neighbors' loud music, footsteps in the hall, the distant hum of the city. Something familiar. Something real. For the first couple of days, I kept busy. Unpacking, rearranging furniture, and trying to ignore the subtle oddness that crept up on me like a shadow at dusk. The heater clanged in the nights, sputtering and groaning as if it were alive. The walls had thin plaster that chipped at the edges, and the window frames were warped enough to let in a cold draft that felt like a whisper against my skin. I wrapped myself in a blanket, the fabric rough and scratchy, and tried not to think about how the dark corners of the room seemed to stretch just a little farther than they should. On the 3rd evening, I noticed it for the first time, movement at the edge of my vision. A figure, or rather a shape, slipping just beyond the reach of the lamplight. I turned quickly, caught nothing but the slow swirl of dust motes dancing in the air. "Probably just my mind," I muttered, rubbing my eyes. The apartment was quiet except for the low buzz of the refrigerator and the occasional distant siren. Still, my skin prickled. I told myself I was tired. Stress from the move, a new job starting soon. I didn't say it out loud, but I wondered if I was starting to lose my grip on things. The next day, I met a few neighbors in the hallway. Mostly nods and brief hellos, nothing more. The building felt like it had settled into a gentle rhythm, the kind of place where everyone minded their own business. Mrs. Calloway passed me in the stairwell, her eyes sharp beneath her thinning hair. "You'll get used to the quiet," she said, voice low. "It's different here, but it's not empty." I glanced at her, curious. "Not empty?" She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. "Just not empty." I wanted to press her, but she was already turning away. The soft click of her heels faded down the hall. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought I heard footsteps outside my door. Slow. Deliberate. I froze, listening. Nothing. Silence. Complete silence. I told myself I must have imagined it. Old buildings play tricks. The floorboards creak more than usual when the temperature drops. I pulled the blanket tighter, tasting the stale air, and tried to breathe steady. The shadows on the ceiling shifted with the passing headlights outside. I don't know why I looked under the bed. Maybe a leftover habit from childhood, or a need to confirm the room was safe. There was nothing but dust and a forgotten sock. Still, my pulse picked up in a way that wasn't quite right. I closed my eyes, whispering to myself that I was being ridiculous. But the feeling settled in my chest like a cold stone. Over the next few days, the glimpses became more frequent. Figures standing just out of focus in the hallway mirror, silhouettes that vanished when I blinked. I mentioned it once to Mrs. Calloway, casually, hoping for some reassurance. She smiled thinly. Old buildings make you see things. Shadows play tricks. You'll get used to it. I nodded, though our words felt like a shield rather than comfort. Later, I overheard a conversation between two neighbors near the mailboxes. "Did you hear about Mr. Jensen?" a woman asked, voice low. "Gone. Just disappeared last week." "Vanished?" the other replied, eyes wide. "No note. Nothing. Just gone." I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the draft sneaking through the cracked window. Mr. Jensen was the elderly man who lived 2 doors down. Quiet, polite, always wore a faded tweed cap. I'd seen him a few times, tending to his potted plants in the hall. Now, gone. Crazy, right? The building didn't talk about it openly. There were hushed rumors, vague glances, but no explanations. When I asked Mrs. Calloway again, she only shrugged. People move on, sometimes without a word. It's an old neighborhood. I wanted to believe her. I really did. But then another neighbor vanished. Miss Carter, who lived directly above me. Her mail piled up in the lobby. The lights in her apartment stayed dark. One evening, I thought I saw a shadowy figure outside her door, lingering just beyond the peephole's reach. I blinked, and it was gone. I started keeping a notebook, jotting down times when I saw the shapes, the odd noises, the strange silences. I tried to be objective, but the lines between reality and doubt blurred quickly. I avoided the hallway after dark, locked my door twice, sometimes 3 times. The lock clicks echoed louder than they should. My hands trembled when I reached for the chain. One night, I heard whispering, low and indistinct, seeping through the thin walls. I pressed my ear to the plaster, heart hammering. It wasn't anything I recognized, no language, no words, just murmurs that felt like they crawled under my skin. I pulled away, breath shallow, the taste of dust and something metallic on my tongue. I thought about moving out, but where? The city was expensive, and I'd signed a lease. Besides, there was a strange comfort in the routine, the familiarity of the creaks and shadows, even if they unsettled me. I kept telling myself it was nothing. Just the building. Just my imagination. But that night, when I glanced at the cracked hallway mirror again, I saw a figure standing just behind me in the reflection. It didn't move. It didn't blink. And when I spun around, the hallway was empty. The silence pressed in, thick and heavy. My breath caught. I knew then that whatever was in this building wasn't going away. And neither was I. Not yet. Something was waiting. Watching. And I was next. I stayed frozen in the hallway, the mirror's dull surface reflecting nothing but the empty corridor behind me. That night, sleep didn't come. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the faintest creaks and groans of the old place settling around me. The murmurs were back, soft, insistent, seeping through the walls like smoke. Half the time I wasn't sure if they were real or just echoes of my own mind unraveling. I kept telling myself it was nothing, the building's history playing tricks. But deep down, I knew better. There was something here. Something deliberate. The next morning, the city's usual noise filtered through the cracked window, a distant siren, a dog barking, the rush of tires on wet pavement. I brewed coffee, bitter and thick, the warmth grounding me just enough to think straight. I needed to start somewhere. I couldn't just sit and wait for whatever this was to come find me. I grabbed my phone and scrolled through the building's online community forum. Mostly complaints about noisy neighbors and broken elevators, but then I saw a thread started a few days ago. Missing in 3B, it read. Curious, I tapped through. The post was short. A woman named Marla, from 4C, mentioned that her neighbor, an older man named Mr. Jenkins, hadn't been seen for days. No one answered his door, the mail piled up. She called the building manager, but he shrugged it off, said Jenkins probably went to visit family or something. Marla wasn't convinced. I felt a chill creep up my spine. Jenkins lived just 2 doors down from me. I hadn't seen him since I moved in. The idea that someone could vanish without a trace here, in this cramped, crowded building, was terrifying. I left my apartment and made my way toward 3B. The hallway light flickered overhead, casting long, jittery shadows on the peeling wallpaper. I paused outside the door. It was closed, but not locked. The faint smell of stale cigarette smoke seeped out when I cracked it open, a sour, clinging odor that made my nose wrinkle. The apartment was dim and cluttered. Dust motes floated in a single shaft of morning light from the window. I called out softly, "Mr. Jenkins?" "It's me, from down the hall." "Are you okay?" No answer. The place felt wrong. Paper scattered on the floor, a half-eaten sandwich on the kitchen counter, cold coffee in a chipped mug. His coat was draped over a chair like he'd just stepped out, but the door had been open. I noticed something else. The TV was on. Static hissed from the speakers. No remote in sight. My stomach twisted. I scanned the room, heart thudding against ribs like a trapped bird. Then I heard it, a soft shuffling sound from the bedroom. I froze. The air grew dense, thick with tension. "Mr. Jenkins?" I whispered again. The voice sounded small, fragile, like a threadbare coat left out in the rain. The door to the bedroom was cracked open, just enough for a sliver of darkness to spill out. I hesitated, stepped forward, and pushed it wide. The room was empty. A chair tipped over, a window cracked open to the street. The curtains fluttered in the breeze. Nothing else. I exhaled, relief flooding me, but then I noticed a small pile of papers on the floor. I shuffled closer. They looked like notes, frantic, messy handwriting, some crossed out, others circled. Words like watch, door, silent, repeated over and over. I bent down and picked one up, my fingers trembling. "Who's there?" a voice called out sharply from down the hall. I spun toward the sound. It was Marla from 4C, stepping into the hallway, her face pale, eyes wide. "I heard you talking. What are you doing here?" I held up the note. "Mr. Jenkins. He's missing. Or maybe he left in a hurry. Look at this." She glanced at the papers and nodded slowly. "You're not the only one worried. There's been quiet. Too quiet. And last night. I swear I heard footsteps, but no one ever comes home late here." Her voice dropped to a whisper. Some of us think someone's stalking the building. I wanted to laugh it off, but the knot in my stomach tightened. Have you called the police? I asked. She shook her head. They say it's just an old building, people moving out, nothing unusual. But I don't believe it. I don't want to believe it. We stood in silence, the flickering hallway light casting long shadows that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of our unease. I'm going to check the other apartments, I said finally. See who's home, who's not. Marla hesitated, then nodded. Be careful. Walking back to my door, I passed 5A. The door was slightly ajar. I stopped. The air smelled different here, damp, like mold mixed with something sharper. I pushed the door open a little more. Inside, the apartment was empty, but on the floor near the window, I spotted a pair of shoes worn, muddy, abandoned as if their owner had vanished mid-step. A cold sweat broke out across my back. I closed the door quickly, pressing my ear against the wood. Silence. Complete silence. Later that afternoon, I met the building manager in the cramped lobby. He was a wiry man with a permanent scowl etched deep into his face, smoke-stained fingers gripping a clipboard. Mr. Jenkins again, he grunted without looking up. Yes. Have you heard anything? Seen anyone unusual? He shrugged. People come and go. You worry too much. But neighbors are disappearing. It's not normal. He snorted. Disappearing? More likely they're just tired of this dump and moved out. I caught the faintest flicker of something behind his eyes, nervousness. Guilt? I wasn't sure. Do you have records of who's left recently? I pressed. He hesitated, then shook his head. I don't keep tabs. Not my job. I left, frustration gnawing at my insides. No one wanted to help. No one wanted to admit the building was hiding something rotten beneath its cracked walls. That night, I stayed up again, the shadows bleeding into one another as the murmurs returned, louder now, more urgent. Sleep was a distant memory. I paced the apartment, fingers tracing the chipped edges of the window frame, ears straining for any sound beyond the usual city noise. Suddenly, the hallway light flickered violently, then went out, plunging the corridor into darkness. The murmurs stopped. Silence pressed in from every side. Then footsteps. Slow, deliberate, echoing down the hall toward my door. I held my breath, heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. The handle rattled gently. I didn't move. The footsteps stopped. Seconds passed, then retreated back down the hall. I waited until the light clicked back on before I dared to breathe. I knew then that whatever was stalking this building wasn't just after Mr. Jenkins or the neighbors who had vanished. It was watching me now, and I had no idea how to stop it. The hallway light buzzed back on with a reluctant flicker, casting a yellowish glow over peeling wallpaper and cracked linoleum floors. I stayed frozen, my breath caught somewhere in my throat, until the faint echo of retreating footsteps faded completely. Only then did I let my muscles relax, though the tension lingered like a bitter aftertaste. I pressed my back against the door, listening hard for anything else out there, but everything had gone quiet again. The city's usual hum seeped through the thin walls, distant sirens and a car horn cutting through the night like a reminder the world outside hadn't stopped turning. I didn't sleep that night. I couldn't. The shadows had grown thicker, deeper, no longer just tricks of the light, but shapes that seemed to pulse with a sinister intent. The murmurs had receded but hadn't disappeared. Instead, they burrowed under my skin, a low, steady vibration that wouldn't let me forget what I'd seen or what I hadn't. I kept telling myself it was just exhaustion, or maybe the kind of anxiety that made your mind play cruel games. Still, nothing explained the footprints in the dust outside my door, or the faint scent of something metallic mixed with damp plaster that had settled in the air like a warning I couldn't ignore. By morning, the weight of it all pressed down hard. I looked out my window and spotted the empty hallway below, the flickering fluorescent bulbs buzzing like nervous insects. I debated calling the landlord again, or maybe the police, but part of me knew they'd write me off, another paranoid tenant losing grip on reality in this crumbling building. I wasn't wrong, was I? Was I losing it? Then the news came. Not on the police scanner or a notice slipped under my door, but from Mrs. Keene, the woman 2 floors up with her endless supply of herbal teas and unsolicited advice. "Have you heard about Mr. Jenkins?" she asked, bright-eyed and a little too eager when I bumped into her by the mailboxes. Her voice had that odd sing-song cadence people use when they want to sound casual but are anything but. I shook my head, wary. "She's gone," Mrs. Keene said, glancing around as if the walls might be listening. "Vanished overnight. No word, no sign. Just gone. They say she left town, but I don't believe it. Not with how she kept to herself." Mr. Jenkins was the first tenant to disappear. Then Mrs. Keene mentioned the Thompsons, a young couple who had lived in the basement apartment. They hadn't been seen in days either. No notes, no forwarding addresses. Just nothing. The building was emptying. Or worse, being emptied. And no one was talking about it openly. That afternoon, I tried to catch the building superintendent in the hallway. I needed answers. Someone to confirm that I wasn't imagining the shadows or the silence where there should have been life. He looked at me like I had 30 heads. "People move, kid. That's all. Don't make it bigger than it is. Maybe. But it's strange. Too many gone in such a short time." He shrugged, the lines on his face deepening. "Buildings like this have their cycles. Some stay, some leave. Don't get too attached." I wanted to argue, but his tone shut me down. This wasn't going anywhere. Later, I sat in my apartment, staring at the door. The unease had settled into a dull ache. I couldn't leave, not yet, not with those footsteps still echoing in my mind and the knowledge that whatever was lurking outside wasn't done with me. I started piecing together what little I knew. Each disappearance followed a pattern, quiet, no notice, a sudden vacancy. No one missing belongings, no signs of struggle. Just gone. It didn't make sense. Not until I noticed the surveillance cameras. There were none. At least, none that worked. The main entrance had a battered, broken box that looked like it once housed one. The stairwells were dark and empty, no one watching. The landlord refused to install anything new, citing cost and privacy concerns. Convenient, I thought. I began keeping a journal. Each night, I noted every sound, every flicker of shadow. Every time I thought I glimpsed a figure lingering just beyond the edge of vision. They never spoke. They didn't move toward me, at least not openly. But they were always there waiting, silent, like the walls themselves were breathing. One evening, I heard a soft tapping, like fingernails lightly drumming on glass. My window. I froze. The sound stopped. I peered into the darkness, heart hammering. Nothing. Just the faint outline of the fire escape, slick with rain. Then the tapping resumed, slower now, deliberate. I pressed my forehead against the cold glass, trying to see through the thick fog settling outside. It was impossible. I wanted to call out, to ask whoever or whatever was there to leave me alone. But the words caught in my throat. I felt small, exposed. The next day, I found a note slipped under my door. No handwriting, No signature. Just a single sentence scrawled in jagged letters. Don't look outside. My pulse skidded to a stop. Was this a joke? A warning? The message felt personal, like I was being watched by someone who knew too much. I stuffed the note into my pocket, hands trembling. I knew I should leave. I should pack up and get out of that building as fast as I could. But something deeper held me there. Maybe it was fear, or stubbornness, or the desperate hope that if I understood what was going on, I could stop it. Then I met him. The man in the faded gray coat, standing in the stairwell as I came home that evening. I hadn't noticed him before, or maybe I had and just ignored the chill that ran down my spine when our eyes met. He didn't say anything at first. Just watched, expression unreadable. "Can I help you?" I asked, voice steadier than I expected. He nodded slowly. "You're asking questions," he said, voice low, gravelly. "That's dangerous." "Maybe," I answered, "but I don't have a choice." He stepped closer, the dim light catching the worn edges of his coat. "You don't know what you're up against. This building, it's not just old. It's a trap." I laughed, a bitter sound. "A trap? Like what? A haunted house?" "No ghosts," he said sharply. "People. Real people. Predators. They've been here longer than you think. Waiting for the right moment." "Why me?" I whispered. He looked away, then back. "Because you see them. Because you don't belong." The words hit harder than I expected. I wasn't sure if he was warning me or threatening me. Maybe both. Before I could ask more, he vanished into the shadows of the hallway, leaving me alone with the heavy stillness and the growing certainty that I was trapped. Shadows pooled in the corners of the room, thick and silent, as if the air itself held its breath. I tried to call a friend that night, someone from my old neighborhood, just to hear a familiar voice, to remind myself I wasn't completely alone. The phone rang and rang. No answer. Then, a soft knock at the door. My hand shook as I moved toward it, every muscle taut with dread. The knob didn't turn. The knock came again, louder this time, more insistent. I glanced through the peephole. Nothing. Empty hallway. But the faintest trace of that metallic smell was in the air, cold and heavy with silence again. The scent of rust and old blood, or maybe just decay. I stepped back, heart pounding, the walls closing in. There was no way out. No one to help. Only the building, the shadows, and the growing certainty that I had crossed a line I couldn't uncross. This wasn't about hallucinations or paranoia anymore. It was real. And I was next. He disappeared so fast I almost questioned if he'd been real. The hallway swallowed him, and I was left standing there, the stale air thick and heavy, like the building itself was holding its breath. I blinked, trying to shake the sudden chill that crawled up my spine. The faint hum of the flickering hallway light above was the only sound, but it felt too loud, echoing off the cracked plaster and chipped paint. I leaned back against the wall, my hands pressed flat against the rough surface. The texture scraped my palms, grounding me. "A trap," I whispered, the words tasting bitter, like spoiled coffee left out too long. "Predators. Real people. Not ghosts." I wanted to laugh, shake off the growing dread. But the way he said it, like he'd been swallowed whole by whatever haunted this place, made it impossible. I walked back to my apartment door, fingers trembling as I fumbled with the lock. The hallway light flickered again, casting long shadows that twisted across the cracked linoleum floor. Shadows I couldn't trust. I slipped inside, locking the door behind me with a click that sounded far too loud in the silence. The apartment felt colder now. The faint smell of mildew mixed with something else, something metallic, almost like copper but faint, as if the building itself was bleeding. I pulled the curtains tight, shutting out the night, but the dark still pressed in around me. I sat on the edge of the bed, heart pounding, hands still shaking. I wanted to tell myself I was just tired, that the stress was making me see things. But the truth was, I wasn't sure anymore what was real. The next day, I tried to act normal. I went to work, though my mind was tangled in knots. I kept glancing at my phone, hoping for any news about the neighbors who had vanished, Mrs. Green from 3B, quiet old man in 2C, and now even the young couple on the 4th floor. No announcements, no police reports. Nothing. Just silence. Back home, the building felt different. The usual creaks and groans were sharper tonight, like whispered warnings. I paced the narrow hallway outside my door, listening. Somewhere, a pipe rattled. A door slammed shut 2 floors above me. The sounds were ordinary, but I couldn't shake the feeling they were watching, waiting. I decided I had to find out more. I grabbed my coat and stepped into the hallway. The dim light buzzed overhead, and I noticed something new, a faint scrawl of words on the wall near the stairwell. Don't trust the light. The paint was old, cracked, but the letters were fresh, like someone had been here recently. I frowned. Who else was moving around at this hour? The building was supposed to be emptying out. I moved toward the stairwell, senses sharpened. The air grew colder as I descended, the smell of damp stone and rust filling my nostrils. The stairs creaked beneath my feet, each step echoing too loudly. At the bottom floor, the lobby was empty, except for the security desk piled with dusty papers and a flickering monitor showing static. I ran a hand through my hair, eyes scanning the darkness beyond the glass doors. Streetlights outside flickered weakly, casting sickly yellow pools on the cracked sidewalk. A sudden noise made me jump, a soft shuffle, like footsteps too careful to be casual. I spun around, heart hammering, but saw only the shadows dancing across peeling wallpaper. My breath came fast and shallow, cheeks flushed with adrenaline. "Hello?" I called, voice barely above a whisper. No answer. I was about to turn back when I caught movement at the far end of the lobby. A figure, tall and thin, hunched slightly, stood just beyond the reach of the light. For a moment, I thought it was one of those shadowy shapes I'd seen before. But this was different, more solid, more deliberate. "Hey," I said, stepping closer, voice steadier than I felt. "Are you okay?" The figure didn't move. I took another step. Closer. Too close. Suddenly, it vanished. Not like a trick of the light, but like it never existed. My chest tightened. I swallowed hard, a bitter taste filling my mouth. I didn't want to believe I was losing my mind. But these moments were piling up, each one heavier than the last. I needed answers. Maybe that man was right, this place was a trap. But what kind of trap? And who was setting it? I climbed back up the stairs, the weight of the silence pressing down on me. When I reached my floor, I noticed the door to 3B Mrs. Green's apartment was ajar. The chipped paint on the frame looked fresh, like someone had forced it open recently. My stomach clenched. I knocked softly. "Mrs. Green?" "It's me." No response. I pushed the door gently. It creaked open, revealing a dim, cluttered room. The faint smell of lavender lingered, mixed with something else stale, like dust and forgotten memories. The bed was unmade, papers scattered across the floor. I stepped inside, heart pounding. The silence was suffocating. Then I saw it, a small, folded note pinned to the wall near the window. I unfolded it carefully. The handwriting was shaky but clear. They watch. Always watching. Don't trust the ones who knock. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead. Who had written this? And why leave it here, as a warning or a plea? I heard a noise behind me, a soft, scraping sound. I spun around, eyes wide, searching the shadows. Nothing but the flickering light and the faint creak of the old building settling. I backed out of the apartment slowly, closing the door with a soft click. My hands trembled so badly I had to grip the doorknob to steady myself. I pressed my back against the cold wood, breathing fast, shallow. This was no accident. Mrs. Green didn't just disappear. She left a warning. The man in the hallway said there were predators here. People waiting. The day started quiet, almost deceptively so. I remember standing by the window, watching the orange light stretch thin and long across the cracked sidewalk. The street outside was oddly still, the usual chatter and footsteps muted, like the world had paused to catch its breath. It felt wrong, but I couldn't say why not yet. I hadn't slept well the night before. The shadows had come again. Not the usual fleeting shapes or muffled noises I tried to dismiss. This time, they lingered, more deliberate, almost watching me from the hall outside my door. I stared at the always dull yellow light flickering overhead, feeling the weight of those dark silhouettes pressing behind my eyes. My hands trembled a little as I poured coffee, the bitter taste grounding me, even if just for a moment. I kept asking myself if I was losing it. The neighbors were gone now, all of them. No one answered when I knocked, no lights flickered on, and the mail piled up like forgotten memories. I tried the police before, but they waved it off, said I was stressed or imagining things. Old buildings have creaks, they said. People move out. But the emptiness was too complete. Too unnatural. I thought maybe I could fix it. Or at least understand. That's when I found the note. Tucked inside the elevator's metal panel, the one that always hummed softly, was a crumpled piece of paper. The handwriting was messy, rushed, like whoever wrote it had been in a hurry or scared. It said, "They watch. Don't trust the silence. Not safe. Leave." No signature. No explanation. Just those 6 short sentences like a whisper in the dark. I folded it carefully, my fingers sticky with sweat or maybe the dampness in the air. The elevator dinged, and I jumped, heart pounding as the doors slid open. No one stepped inside. The smell hit me then, a faint, sour hint of something old and unclean, like mold mixed with sweat and something metallic. It clung to the air, thick and choking. I decided I had to move. Now. Packing was slower than I expected. My hands shook as I folded clothes and shoved books into boxes. Each shadow in the corners of my apartment seemed to stretch and pulse, as if the walls themselves were breathing. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting a figure to materialize and block my way. But nothing came. Just silence. Complete silence. Then came the knock. Soft. Hesitant. From the door. I froze. The note was in my hand. The door creaked open a few inches before I could say anything. A man, thin and pale, with eyes too wide for his gaunt face, peered in. His voice was low, almost a whisper. "You shouldn't leave." "Not yet." I blinked, heart stuttering. "Why? Who are you?" He stepped inside, the stale air shifting with him. "They're watching. The disappearances. It's about control, not chaos. They want us to break." I wanted to close the door, slam it shut, but my feet wouldn't move. My mouth felt dry, like I'd swallowed sand. Who? Who's watching? I forced the words out. People. Men. They've been here before me. Before you. They blend in, wait for us to slip. The shadows you see, not ghosts. They're watching. Waiting. I swallowed hard. The cold sweat on my back felt like a warning. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a small, folded photo. It showed a man I recognized, the one who lived 2 floors down, the one who vanished last week. The man in the photo was smiling, but his eyes looked empty, like he'd already lost something vital. They take you somewhere. Somewhere no one finds. No one hears. I shook my head, trying to make sense of it. Why tell me this now? Because you're next. The words landed like stones in my chest. I wanted to argue, to say it was impossible, but the truth settled over me like a fog. I had to act. Fast. We talked for a long while, the man, he called himself Mark, explaining what little he knew. How the building's management was a front, how the disappearances had happened before, years ago. How no one wanted to believe it because it was easier to pretend the shadows were just tricks of the light. Mark showed me the exits, hidden corners where people could slip in and out without being seen. He talked about patterns, times when the watchers were most active, usually late at night, when the building was quiet and vulnerable. That night, when I finally locked my door, I didn't feel safe. The shadows pressed in closer, and I kept the lights on, flicking the switches on and off like a nervous tick. The hum of the old heater filled the silence, but I could still hear footsteps, soft, deliberate, outside my apartment. I stayed awake until dawn. The next morning, I packed the last of my things. No more hesitation. No more waiting for someone else to save me. I called a cab, my voice steady despite the storm inside. As I stepped into the elevator for the last time, I glanced at the panel. The note was gone. Vanished like everything else in that building. Outside, the air was crisp and clean, carrying the scent of rain and fresh pavement. I breathed deeply, feeling the weight lift off my chest, even if just a little. I looked back at the old apartment building, its windows dark and unwelcoming. The shadows inside would remain, waiting for the next tenant brave or foolish enough to move in. But I wouldn't be that person. I had survived. Somehow. The cab pulled away, the city unfolding before me like a promise. The fear didn't disappear entirely, it clung faintly to the edges of my thoughts, but I was free. And that was enough. For now. Story 5, Time Loop Rest Area, Trapped in Endless Moments. The highway stretched out like a dull ribbon beneath a cloudless sky, the kind of blue that makes you think everything should be calm, but somehow isn't. I pulled off at the rest area without much thought. It wasn't much, just a patch of cracked asphalt, a couple of tired picnic tables, and the usual faded blue sign that said rest area, next service is 45 miles. The trees around it were thin and spindly, more scraggly pines than anything else, their needles rustling dryly in the light breeze. The air smelled faintly of gasoline and something else I couldn't quite place, maybe the faint mustiness of long-unused bathrooms. I'd stopped here before. Twice, maybe 3 times in the last few weeks. It wasn't special, but it was the only decent place to pull over on this stretch of highway, and that was reason enough. I got out, stretched my legs, and glanced at my watch. It was just past 1:15 p.m. The face was scratched and worn, but it kept good time, or so I thought. I took a slow walk over to the picnic area, the gravel crunching under my worn sneakers. The old wooden bench was sun-bleached and rough under my palms when I settled down. The heat was pressing, making the shadows under the trees feel like small islands of relief. Across the parking lot, the highway curved away, disappearing behind a low ridge that caught the sunlight like polished stone. I pulled out my phone, but the signal was weak, the little bars flickering like a dying candle. No messages. No calls. Just silence. I wasn't expecting anything, really. Just a break from the road. That's when I noticed a man sitting on the farthest bench, a few yards away. He was middle-aged, wearing a rumpled blue shirt and a faded baseball cap pulled low over his eyes. He didn't look like a traveler, or like someone who had been there for a while. I caught his eyes for a brief second, shy, maybe, or cautious, and then he looked away. I tried to shake off the feeling that something was off. Maybe it was the heat, or the way the sunlight hit the cracked asphalt and made everything seem sharper than it should be. I checked my watch again. 1:14, that was strange. It had moved back a minute. I frowned and tapped the glass, willing it to catch up. The hands didn't budge. I looked up at the man again. He was watching me now, head tilted slightly as if trying to decide something. I cleared my throat. "Hey," I said, voice rough from the dry air. He didn't answer. Just nodded once, almost imperceptibly, and then stood. His movements were slow, deliberate. "Are you okay?" I asked, suddenly aware of how empty the rest area was. No cars pulling in or out, no distant chatter, no laughter from kids. Just the faint rustling of pine needles and the distant hum of the highway. He didn't answer again. Instead, he walked over, stopping a few feet from me. "You've been here before, haven't you?" His voice was low, almost a whisper. I blinked. "Yeah. I guess. A couple times." He looked around nervously, like he was afraid someone might be listening. "No one else remembers you." "Not here. You never arrived." I laughed, but it was brittle, awkward. "That's a strange thing to say." He gave me a flat look. "Try the watch." I pulled my wrist closer, squinting at the face. The hands had jumped again, now showing 12:15. An hour earlier than before. My pulse quickened. I shook my arm, tapping the glass. "No change. That's impossible. It's probably just a battery problem." "Maybe." He shrugged, but his eyes were sharp. "Or maybe it's the loop." I frowned. The loop? The highway. This stretch. It's like a circle, but nobody talks about it. People come through, stop here, and then they're gone. Or they were never here at all. I stared at him, trying to make sense of the words. "You sound like you're joking." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. "No jokes here. I've been stuck in this loop longer than I care to admit. Time resets. People forget you. It's like this place eats moments." The wind picked up, carrying the faint scent of pine sap and something metallic, like rusted machinery. A car drove past on the highway, its tires humming steadily, but it didn't slow down. No one waved. No one looked our way. I glanced at my watch again. Still 12:15. I swallowed hard, a tightness spreading through my chest. "What do you mean, stuck?" He looked away, eyes scanning the trees. "No one leaves. Not really. Not once they notice." I rubbed my brow, trying to clear the sudden fog in my head. This had to be some kind of joke, a weird trick of the light or heat stroke. I wasn't about to buy into stories about highways trapping time. Still, my hands trembled just a little. The air had grown heavier, like it was pressing down on me, smothering in quiet. I wanted to get back in my car, drive away, pretend this was all just a bad afternoon. But something held me there, like a thread pulling me back. "Do you want to see something else?" the man asked quietly. Before I could answer, a voice called out from behind me. "Hey! You! Did you stop here earlier?" I turned quickly. A woman stood near the entrance, her arms crossed, eyes sharp and suspicious. She was younger, maybe late 20s, wearing a faded t-shirt and jeans. Her brow furrowed as she looked between me and the man. Yeah. I just got here," I said, hoping to sound casual. She shook her head, biting her lip. "No, you didn't. I've been here for hours. Nobody's stopped by." I glanced back at my watch. 12:15, my stomach twisted. The man beside me shrugged. "See?" The woman's eyes narrowed. "You're not supposed to be here." I wanted to ask what that meant. Instead, I felt an itch at the back of my neck, a prickling that didn't go away. The sun dipped lower behind the ridge, casting long shadows over the cracked asphalt. The rest area, once dull and unremarkable, now felt like a stage set for something I couldn't yet understand. Everything was the same, but nothing felt normal. I looked at my watch one last time before climbing back into my car. The hands ticked backward again, settling on 11:15. An hour lost, swallowed by the quiet highway. The engine rumbled to life, but the unease stayed with me. The highway curved ahead, a loop that didn't just trap time, but maybe people, too. And I wasn't sure I was ready to find out why. The engine's hum faded behind me as I pulled away from the rest area, but the cold knot in my stomach didn't loosen. I kept driving, the road curving and folding back on itself like a ribbon twisted in a loop. The sparse trees thinned out, revealing stretches of cracked earth and dry grass flattened by the wind. I passed a billboard advertising a diner I'd never seen, despite driving this stretch multiple times. The words "open 24/7, come hungry" felt like a taunt. I thought about the woman and the man at the rest stop. Their insistence that I hadn't been there, no matter that I just talked to them, made my skin crawl. The woman's warning, "You're not supposed to be here," echoed faintly in my mind, a whispered threat. What did she mean? Was this place some kind of trap? A glitch in reality, or something more human, more sinister? I slowed down, scanning my rearview mirror. No other cars behind me. No sign of anyone from the rest area. The highway stretched on, empty. I rolled the window down a crack, letting in the night air. It smelled of dust and something faintly metallic, like old machinery. The wind tugged weakly at my jacket, carrying a distant sound I couldn't place, a low murmur, maybe, or the faint scrape of tires on gravel. I reached the next exit and pulled over into a gravel turnout. My hands trembled as I fished out my phone. No signal. Of course. This was the middle of nowhere. I stared at the blank screen, then toggled airplane mode on and off. Nothing. The silence pressed against me, thick and suffocating. I dug around in the glove compartment and found a small notebook I'd forgotten, old, battered, the pages yellowed at the edges. I flipped to a blank sheet and started jotting down what I knew: the time resets, the people who deny I was there, the feeling of being watched. The notes felt childish, but I had to start somewhere. I scribbled the words "highway loop," then underlined them twice. Something scratched at the back of my mind, a memory I couldn't quite place. I thought about the highway's shape, how it curved back to the same rest area again and again. If this loop was real, was I driving in circles without even realizing it? Was I trapped? A sound cut through the stillness, the crunch of gravel under footsteps. I froze, heart kicking hard. The figure emerged from the shadows, tall and thin, wearing a loose jacket that flapped in the breeze. Their face was obscured by the hood pulled low. "Hey," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Can you help me? My phone's dead. I don't know where I am." The figure stopped a few feet away, hands shoved deep in pockets. "You shouldn't be here," they said quietly. The voice was calm but carried an edge I couldn't ignore. "I'm just passing through," I said. "I got lost. Do you know the nearest town?" They shook their head. "No towns. Not anymore. Just this stretch. The loop." The word hung heavy in the air. I swallowed hard. "What do you mean?" "A loop?" "Exactly what you think," the figure said. "People come through. They stop. Sometimes they leave. Sometimes they don't. It depends." Their gaze flicked toward the highway behind me. "Depends on what?" I asked. They hesitated. "On how long you've been driving it. On who's watching. On whether you notice." I blinked. My throat tightened. "Who's watching?" The figure smiled, a quick, sharp movement that didn't reach their eyes. "You'll find out. Soon enough." Before I could say more, they turned away, disappearing into the dark like smoke. The scrape of gravel faded quickly, leaving me alone again with the cold night. I slammed the notebook shut and climbed back into the car. My hands shook as I started the engine. The highway stretched ahead, empty but alive with secrets I was only beginning to understand. I didn't want to believe the loop was real, that I was caught in some kind of endless circuit, but the evidence was piling up. The watch resetting, the strangers denying my presence, the eerie warnings. What if the highway was designed to trap people? Not with bars or fences, but with something far more subtle: confusion, disbelief, isolation. I tried calling the woman from the rest stop, but the number I jotted down was disconnected. I wondered if she was even real, or just another ghost in this loop. The miles slipped by, the sky darkening further, stars blinked into view, cold and indifferent. I felt my pulse in my ears, loud and unrelenting. I needed a plan. I had to break the cycle, find out what was behind the loop and why it swallowed time the way it did. I parked at another turnout, this one closer to a rusted sign that read "Caution, curve ahead." My watch blinked again as I looked down. 11:15. The same time. The same moment. Reset. I took a deep breath, tasting the dry air mixed with faint gasoline and something like burnt rubber. My fingers traced the rough stitching on the steering wheel. I couldn't stay passive anymore. I pulled out the notebook again, flipping back to my notes. The words "not supposed to be here" gnawed at me. Who enforced that rule? What happened to those who ignored it? The sound came again, the crunch of gravel. This time, two figures approached, speaking in low voices. I strained to hear, catching fragments. Doesn't remember. Never arrived. Watching closely. I locked the doors and reached for my phone, desperate for a signal that never came. The figures stopped at the edge of the turnout, their eyes fixed on the car, but they didn't move closer. I swallowed. The highway was no longer just a road. It was a trap. And the people who lived or didn't in this loop were part of something I couldn't yet grasp. But I knew one thing: I wasn't going to be the next to disappear without a trace. I started the engine again, the headlights cutting through the night. The loop stretched ahead, endless and unforgiving. I drove forward, chasing a way out that might not exist. The highway didn't just trap time. It trapped people. And it was getting ready to trap me. The engine hummed beneath me, steady but hollow. I glanced down at my wrist. The watch was wrong again. Exactly 1 hour behind. I knew it was happening every time I stopped, every time I pulled off. The clock rewound. But this time, it felt different. There wasn't just confusion or disbelief. There was finality. A sense that I had crossed some invisible line, that turning back wasn't an option anymore. The radio crackled briefly, static filling the cabin. No music, no talk shows, just that irritating hiss. I fiddled with the dial, hoping for some kind of signal, a voice, anything. Nothing. The rest area was a dead zone, not just for cell phones but for time and space too, it seemed. I tried to piece together what I'd overheard from the two men. Doesn't remember. Never arrived. Watching closely. What did that even mean? Who were they watching? Me? Or someone else? The idea that people here, people trapped in this loop, were being monitored sent a chill deeper than the night air ever could. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, the tires crunching over loose gravel before settling back onto the blacktop. The road curved sharply left, then right, then left again, as if it were mocking me. The trees on either side loomed close, their branches scraping against the car like long fingers trying to pull me back. My mind raced. I thought about the stories of highway disappearances, those strange cases that never made the news, the ones no one talked about. Maybe this was one of them. Except this time, I was in the middle of the story, not just reading the footnotes. I remembered the man at the rest area yesterday, the one who swore he'd never seen me before, even though we talked for nearly 10 minutes. And the woman today who shrugged when I mentioned stopping here before, acting like I was invisible. It wasn't just my watch resetting, it was my presence erasing itself from their memories. Or maybe their realities. A sudden movement caught my eye, a flicker of headlights behind me. I glanced in the rearview mirror. No cars. Just my own lights reflecting back at me. I blinked. The road was empty. The sound of footsteps echoed briefly outside, soft and quick, but when I looked again, nothing. The car's interior felt suddenly claustrophobic, the air stale, the faint smell of gasoline mixing with the musty scent of old upholstery. I cracked the window a bit, cold night air rushed in, carrying with it the distant, eerie howl of a dog. The sound grounded me. Some part of the world was still real. Then, the GPS blinked on and off, struggling to find a signal. When it finally lit up, the screen showed something impossible, the highway loop, drawn in a perfect circle. The start and finish points overlapped, but the map was scrambled, roads twisting back on themselves like a maze. The rest area was marked prominently, but no exits led anywhere else. Just the loop. I swallowed hard. The highway wasn't just a physical trap, it was a psychological one. A loop that rewrote reality itself. And I was caught in it. I tried to call someone again, anyone, but the phone displayed no service. Then, the battery dropped from 70% to 45 in seconds. I unplugged the charger and shut off the screen to conserve power. My hands trembled. I told myself to calm down, to think, to plan. Then a voice came from the passenger seat. Clear. Quiet. You shouldn't be here. I jerked my head toward the empty seat, heart pounding. No one. Just the cold plastic and the faint scent of pine air freshener. The voice came again, this time from the back seat, whispering, "They're watching." I slammed the door open and jumped out, the gravel biting into my shoes. The air was sharp, the night thick with silence. I scanned the tree line, shadows shifting as if alive. My breath came out in visible puffs, quick and uneven. "Who's there?" I called out, voice cracking. Only the wind answered. I circled the car, eyes wide, ears straining. Then I spotted something on the ground, a scrap of paper, crumpled and dirty. I picked it up, unfolding it carefully. Written in messy, hurried handwriting were the words, "Don't trust the loop." You're not alone. I looked up, heart hammering. The two figures from before were gone. No footprints. No signs they'd moved. It was like they vanished into the night itself. A sudden realization hit me. The people I'd seen, the strangers who claimed I never arrived, they weren't just casualties of this loop. They were participants. Somewhere out there, trapped like me, or worse, they'd been absorbed into it, erased from time and memory. And the worst part? The loop wasn't passive. It was active. It shaped reality, rewrote memories, and enforced rules I couldn't understand. The rule I'd broken by stopping here. The rule that said I wasn't supposed to be noticed. The rule that said I was supposed to disappear. I climbed back into the car, hands shaking as I started the engine again. The watch glowed dimly on my wrist, stubbornly refusing to catch up to the present. The highway stretched before me, an endless circle, silent and unyielding. There was no way out. But I wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. The GPS blinked again, and this time a new marker appeared. A small dot, far ahead, barely visible on the cracked screen. A chance. I steeled myself, fingers tightening on the wheel. The loop was watching. The loop was waiting. But maybe, just maybe, it had made a mistake. I drove forward, into the night, toward that faint, flickering dot. And somewhere behind me, I heard footsteps again, slow, deliberate, closing in. Silence. Complete silence. Then a whisper, barely audible, "You can't leave." My breath caught. The road curved sharply ahead, and I had to decide to chase that dot, or surrender to the loop and disappear into its endless shadow. There was no turning back now. The whisper lingered in the air long after the footsteps faded. I forced my eyes back to the cracked GPS screen. That little dot, flickering like a dying firefly, pulsed ahead somewhere out there, just beyond where the road bent sharply into shadow. I swallowed the lump in my throat and shifted the car into gear, the engine humming quietly, unwilling to break the silence. A slow crawl forward, then a gentle push. The loop was watching. Waiting. But maybe, just maybe, it had slipped once. Maybe it had a crack. The road curved beneath me, silver ribbons of moonlight cutting through the thickening fog. It smelled like damp earth and something else, something metallic, faint but unmistakable. My breath caught, and I realized I hadn't exhaled in a long time. It tasted stale and bitter, like I'd been holding it for hours. I glanced in the rearview mirror. Nothing but dark. No headlights. No silhouettes. No footsteps. The quiet was absolute. But I knew better. The dot blinked again, a fragile pulse in the black. I gripped the wheel tighter, nails digging into the soft leather. Every nerve in my body screamed to stop, to turn back, but the thought of surrendering to the loop, disappearing into its endless shadow, was worse. The road stretched ahead, narrowing as it disappeared into a copse of trees. The headlights caught the rough bark, the brittle leaves fluttering in a breeze I couldn't feel. The dot moved, a faint, flickering beacon, drawing me forward like a moth. Then, unexpectedly, the GPS blinked out. Blank screen. Dead. I cursed under my breath and flicked the switch on the dashboard for the overhead light. The glow was weak, casting long shadows that danced across the cracked windshield. The silence pressed in again, thick and suffocating. And then, a voice, clearer this time, deliberate, right beside me. "You shouldn't be here." I jolted, my heart crashing against my ribs. The passenger door creaked open. A cold draft swept inside, carrying the faint scent of cigarette smoke and something else, old leather, maybe, or rust. I turned slowly, my eyes searching the shadowed interior. A man sat there, legs crossed, leaning back casually as if this were all normal. His face was half hidden in darkness, but I caught the glint of a smile, thin, sharp, like an item I couldn't see. "Who?" I started, voice uneven. He held up a hand. "No need for questions. You're stuck. Like the rest of us." The words hit me like a punch. I blinked, trying to steady my racing thoughts. "The rest of us?" He nodded slowly. "This place is a trap. Not just for time. For people too." My throat tightened. "What do you mean?" "I don't understand." He chuckled, a low, unsettling sound. "None of us do, really. We show up here, and the highway. It keeps us. Every time you think you've moved on, it pulls you back. Your watch resets, the faces change. People forget you arrived. But you're here. Always." I swallowed hard, the car's interior suddenly feeling unbearably small. "Why? Who are you?" He leaned forward, eyes gleaming now in the light. "Names don't matter. I'm one who's been caught longer than you. And I'm warning you, don't trust the loop. It's not just a road. It's a cage." A shiver ran down my spine. "How do I get out?" His smile twisted. "That's the thing. You don't. Not without paying." Before I could respond, the car door slammed shut behind him. The engine sputtered, then died. Darkness swallowed the cabin, save for the faint, eerie glow of the watch, still frozen an hour behind. Panic clawed at my chest. I fumbled for the keys, heart hammering. The ignition refused to turn. The radio crackled, static whispering through the speakers, then clear words breaking through, soft but insistent. "Stay. Don't leave." The voice was the same as before, but now it wasn't a whisper. It was a command. I slammed my palm on the dashboard. "No!" The silence returned, thick and suffocating. I pressed my forehead against the wheel, tasting the bitter edge of desperation. Minutes passed. Or maybe seconds. Time had lost all meaning. Then, a faint tapping on the window. Slow. Steady. Deliberate. I jerked back, eyes wide. A shadow loomed just outside, fingers trailing the glass in slow, deliberate strokes. "Why are you doing this?" I demanded, voice breaking. The shadow paused. Then, a quiet laugh. "Because this highway takes more than time. It needs stories. It needs witnesses. It needs you." I swallowed hard, breath hitching. The watches glowed in further, flickering like a dying heartbeat. I had to move. I had to fight. But the loop was closing in. Outside, the tapping continued, soft, rhythmic. Like a heartbeat. Like a countdown. And I realized with a sinking certainty, I wasn't just trapped in time anymore. I was trapped in something far worse. Something alive. Something waiting. The car's interior grew colder, the shadows stretching longer. My hand shook violently now, fingers trembling against the wheel. I pressed my forehead against the glass, tracing the outline of the shadow's fingers, the cold seeping through the glass, through to my skin. I thought about turning the key again. But what if it never started? What if this was it? The tapping stopped abruptly. Silence. Then a voice, calm and measured, right behind me. "You've been here before." I spun around, but the seat was empty. The watch flickered one last time, then went black. I was alone. Or so I thought. The door handle rattled softly, a metallic whisper. I didn't want to look, but I had no choice. The loop wasn't just a highway. It was a prison, and I had just found the lock. The door handle rattled again. You've been here before. The voice wasn't just calm, it was clinical. Like a doctor reading a chart or a librarian announcing closing time. But there was no one there. Not really. Just the empty back seat and the slow pulse of my own ragged breathing. I swallowed. Who's there? My voice cracked, dry and brittle, like it hadn't been used in days. Silence. The kind that presses against your eardrums and makes your skin crawl. Then, a soft tapping started again, slow, deliberate. Not on the door this time, but on the roof of the car. Like fingernails drumming a steady beat. The rhythm was hypnotic but maddening. It didn't sound human, but it wasn't mechanical either. More like insistence. I closed my eyes, counted the taps. 25, 26, 27. It stopped. When I looked up, the rearview mirror held a shape. Just a shadow, blurry and indistinct, but it felt like eyes were watching me from there. I jerked my head away, heart hammering against my ribs like it was trying to escape. The car door unlocked itself. A slow, metallic click, then a soft sigh of air leaking out as if the car was exhaling. I didn't want to be the one to open it. I wanted to shove my head down and pretend none of this was happening. But I did. The handle turned under my trembling fingers. Outside, the night was thick with fog, the kind that clings to your skin and smells faintly of wet dirt and old gasoline. The fluorescent lights of the rest area flickered overhead, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow. The highway stretched out behind me, dark and empty, like a yawning mouth. No one was there. Not a soul. I stepped out, the gravel crunching under my shoes, and looked around. The rest area was deserted. The vending machines were dead, their screens blank. The bathrooms were locked tight, no sound from inside. A cold wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of pine and something else, something sour, like rotting fruit. My watch remained dead. I walked to the edge of the parking lot, staring down the stretch of highway. That's when I saw it, a tire track in the dirt, fresh and deep. It curved sharply, looping back toward the rest area, as if whatever had left it had circled the place more than once. I followed the track, my boots sinking slightly into the damp earth. The road ahead seemed endless, looping back on itself like a twisted figure eight. I thought about the people I'd met before, the ones who insisted I never arrived. The ones who didn't remember me at all. It wasn't just time that was looping here. It was reality. And something else. Something human. I reached the curve where the tire track disappeared into the woods. The trees stood tall and silent, their branches scratching against the sky like skeletal fingers. A faint humming filled the air, cold and heavy with silence, low and steady, like a machine buried just out of sight. I hesitated. The rational part of me screamed to turn back, get in the car, and drive until the highway spat me out somewhere normal. But curiosity had dug its claws in deep, and I couldn't shake it. I stepped into the shadows. The forest smelled of damp leaves and moss, with a hint of something metallic. The humming grew louder, vibrating through the soles of my shoes. I stumbled over roots, heart pounding as the trail wound deeper into the trees. Then I saw it. A small clearing. In the center, a makeshift shelter constructed from tarps and branches. Old coffee cans and food wrappers littered the ground. A dirt patch scuffed by constant footsteps. And a figure standing just inside the shadows. I froze. The figure stepped forward, revealing a man whose face was etched with exhaustion and something darker, something desperate. His eyes locked onto mine, wide and unblinking. "I've been waiting," he said, voice rough as gravel. For a moment, I thought I recognized him. Maybe one of the strangers from before. But his face was unfamiliar, worn too thin by time spent here, trapped. "Who are you?" I asked, voice barely steady. He didn't answer. Instead, he motioned for me to come closer. Against every instinct, I did. The air felt heavier here, thick with unspoken things. "I've been stuck here," he said finally. "Like you. The loop, it's not just the highway. It's this place. It's us. We don't exist outside of it. Every time you leave, it erases you like you never came." I swallowed hard, the weight of his words pressing down on me. "Why?" I whispered. He shook his head. "I don't know. But it's been years. I thought I was the only one. Then you showed up." The tapping started again, soft, rhythmic, coming from behind the trees. The man's eyes flicked toward it, fear blooming across his face. "They're watching," he said. "Waiting for the next one." "Who?" I asked, heart drumming in my chest. He didn't answer. Instead, he stepped back, disappearing into the shadows beyond the clearing. I was alone again. The tapping followed me back to my car, growing louder, more insistent. I climbed inside, locking the doors behind me. My hand shook so hard I could barely grip the wheel. The watch flickered back to life this time, showing the correct time. 1 hour later than before. I stared at it, disbelief twisting in my gut. I started the engine. The car hummed, alive and warm beneath me. The rest area lights flickered once, twice, then stabilized. As I pulled onto the highway, the familiar loop stretched out ahead. But something had shifted. The weight of the unknown had settled in my bones. When I reached the next town, I stopped at a diner to collect myself. The scent of fried eggs and coffee filled the air, grounding me in the here and now. I watched the people around me, strangers, each caught in their own loops, unaware. I ordered a black coffee, no sugar. The bitterness tasted like survival. Outside, the sun was rising. I was free, but I wasn't the same. The highway had shown me its teeth. Not with claws or fangs, but with the cold, unyielding grip of time stolen and memories erased. I knew I'd never stop looking over my shoulder. The loop had marked me. And somewhere, just beyond the edge of reason, the tapping continued, waiting for the next arrival. Silence. Complete silence. Then, beneath it all, a heartbeat. Mine. And something else. Story 6, Shifting Cityscape, Distorted Urban Reality. I never thought the city could change on me. But that Tuesday, things started to slip. I left my apartment at 7:15, took the usual left out of the building's brick archway, and headed toward the subway. The air was crisp, biting with a faint metallic tinge of oncoming rain. I zipped my jacket a little higher, the wool collar scratchy against my neck. The sky hung low, a blanket of gray that dimmed the city's usual glare. At first, it was just small details. The street sign on Maple Avenue, normally a dull green square with white letters, was white with black letters instead. It said Maple Avenue all the same, but the font was unfamiliar, almost handwritten. I stopped to squint at it, blinking hard, thinking maybe my eyes were playing tricks. A car rolled past, its tires splashing through a shallow puddle, water sprayed onto the curb. The smell of wet asphalt hit me, sharp and clean. I shook my head and moved on. A block later, I noticed the old florist shop, the one with the dusty window display of wilting roses, was gone. In its place was a tiny cafe I'd never seen before. The sign, Brew and Bloom, was scrawled in bright chalk on a slate board. Through the glass, a woman with short red hair wiped down the counter. She glanced up, smiled briefly, and then looked away. I felt a ripple of unease. I was certain that corner had always been empty for months. I crossed the street, avoiding the puddles, and tried to focus on the rhythm of my steps. The city smelled different here, less familiar, like freshly ground coffee and damp wool, but also something faintly chemical, almost like paint thinner. I wrinkled my nose. A man stood on the corner, leaning against a lamppost. He wore a beige trench coat and a fedora pulled low over his eyes. He was looking straight at me. For a long moment, I thought he might say something, but he just turned and walked away, his footsteps echoing too loudly against the wet pavement. My hands twitched in my pockets. I had no idea why I was watching him so closely. Usually, I didn't notice strangers unless they bumped into me. I kept walking, telling myself maybe I was too tired, maybe the rain was messing with my mind. By the time I passed the bookstore on 7th, the sky had darkened further, and the street lights flickered on, casting pools of yellow across the sidewalk. It was earlier than usual for the lights to come on, but I didn't question it. Inside the bookstore window, the latest novel by that thriller writer I liked was propped up, but the cover was wrong, different colors, a different photo. I reached out to touch the glass, tracing the outline of the book with my fingertip. The glass was cold, rough beneath my skin where a tiny chip caught at my nail. I looked around, trying to spot something normal. The usual crowd of commuters shuffled past, heads down, clutching umbrellas, but their faces seemed off. Some looked older, others younger. One woman had a scar on her cheek I'd never seen before. A man in a blue jacket hummed softly to himself, staring at the pavement. I blinked hard and turned away. I told myself it was just my imagination. The subway entrance was ahead, but I hesitated. The metal grate covering the stairs felt unusually warm under my palm. I leaned in closer and noticed a small, handwritten note taped to the railing. The ink was smudged, but I could make out a few words. Don't trust the clocks. My throat tightened. I looked around. No one was near. The usual hum of the underground was absent. Instead, there was silence deep and unsettling. I forced myself down the stairs, the cement steps slick with moisture. The air inside smelled musty, like old newspapers and damp tile. I shuffled toward the turnstiles, swiping my card. The beep was delayed, and when the gates finally opened, I caught sight of a man standing beyond the platform edge, staring directly at me. He wore a gray suit, but his shirt was untucked, rumpled. His eyes were too bright. The train arrived, doors sliding open with a hiss. I stepped in, pressed against the cold metal pole, and tried to steady my breathing. The car was nearly empty, save for a woman who looked up from a book, then quickly looked away. The lights flickered overhead. When I reached my stop, I climbed the stairs and emerged onto the street I thought I knew. But the skyline was subtly altered. The office building where I worked had a new sign, Harper & Company. And the sidewalk cafe across the street had a different name. People passed me, their faces blank, expressions unreadable. I glanced down the block and caught sight of a small white van parked across the street, its windows darkened. It hadn't been there during my walk. The van didn't move. The driver's side window was cracked open just enough to see a faint outline of a figure inside, head bent low. I felt my skin prickle, the hairs on my neck standing on end. I crossed the street quickly, keeping my eyes on the van until it disappeared from view behind a corner. Back inside the office, everything seemed normal. The hum of computers, the clatter of keyboards, the murmur of conversations. I poured a cup of coffee at the kitchen station, the bitter taste grounding me. I stared out the window at the city, unchanged, or so I told myself. But I knew something was wrong. I just didn't know it yet. The next morning, I woke up with the weight of the van's silent presence pressing down on my chest. I decided not to take my usual route. Not today. Instead, I set out 15 minutes earlier, hoping to catch a glimpse of the van before it vanished again. The air was cool and sharp, carrying the scent of wet asphalt and brewing coffee from the corner cafe. The city was waking up, cars sputtered to life, pedestrians shuffled along with their faces glued to phones, and the distant clatter of a street vendor setting up his cart punctuated the morning quiet. Turning the first corner, I froze. The street sign had changed. Not just the lettering, an entire name had been swapped out. Maple Avenue was now Hawthorne Street. I blinked hard, certain I'd misread it. I stepped closer, fingertips brushing the rough metal. Same pole, same weathered paint, but the sign was undeniably different. I swallowed, the dry scrape of my throat loud in the still air. What the hell is going on? I muttered to myself. I kept walking, trying to ignore the jittery pulse in my wrists. The city felt like a patchwork quilt, stitched from pieces I didn't recognize. The corner bakery, gone. Instead, a flower shop stood in its place, its windows fogged and bare, a faint smell of damp earth leaking out whenever the door opened. I hesitated, watching a young woman step inside, her movements smooth, deliberate. She glanced at me briefly, her eyes too dark, too still. I wanted to ask her something, anything, but the words stuck in my throat. Across the street, the cafe from yesterday was no longer a cafe. It was a small bookstore. The faded sign read Pages and Company in curling script. I pressed my palm against the glass. Inside, the shelves were neat, the air heavy with the musk of old paper and dust. A man sat at a table, reading. His face was familiar, but I couldn't place him. He looked up and met my gaze for a moment, then smiled slow, a little too wide, and went back to his book. My skin prickled again. I turned away. A sudden honking jerked me back to the present. A taxi swerved past, splashing a puddle of slush onto the curb. I wiped my jacket sleeve across my jeans, the cold wetness soaking through. I realized I'd been holding my breath. Across the street, the van was parked exactly where I'd last seen it. White, windowless, except for the cracked driver's window. That faint outline of a head, bowed low. I could almost taste the bitterness rising in my mouth again, sharp and metallic. I crossed quickly, heart thudding. The closer I got, the clearer the figure became. The driver was a man, maybe in his late 40s, dressed in a gray hoodie that swallowed his frame. His face was obscured by shadows, but the way he sat, motionless, unmoving, made my skin crawl. I circled the van, looking for any signs of movement, any clue what he was doing there. Nothing. Not a sound. No engine noise, no radio chatter, no footsteps. Just the faint hum of the city around us. I pulled out my phone to take a picture, but the screen flickered and went black. I tapped it, cursed under my breath, and tried again. Same thing. Dead. I shoved the phone back into my pocket, suddenly aware of the cold sweat pooling at my back. Then, a voice. Soft, low. Behind me. Lost. I spun around. An older woman leaned against a lamppost, cigarette dangling from her fingers. Her eyes were sharp, almost amused. She wore a worn leather jacket, the collar turned up against the wind. Her hair was a wild tangle of gray, framing a face lined with years of stories. No, I stammered, though I wasn't sure if I was lying. You don't belong here, she said, flicking ash onto the pavement. Not really. Not anymore. I narrowed my eyes. What do you mean? She shrugged, a ghost of a smile playing at her lips. This street isn't what it used to be. Not since they started moving pieces around. The city's a puzzle now. You just don't know the rules yet. The rules? Her gaze drifted toward the van. They watch. Always. But not everyone is aware. You're new to this game. Who's watching? Why? She took a long drag and exhaled slowly. Some things are better left unseen. But you're already seeing too much. I wanted to ask more, to make sense of her cryptic words, but the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones of footsteps interrupted us. A man in a dark coat approached quickly, eyes darting around. He glanced at me, then the woman, and muttered something inaudible before hurrying past. The woman looked after him, then back at me. Be careful who you trust. They're everywhere. Before I could respond, she melted into the crowd, swallowed by the city's shifting maze. I stood there, the van looming behind me, the woman's words echoing in my mind. My hands trembled, and the cold seeped deeper into my bones. I felt exposed, like a mouse under a hawk's gaze. I turned back toward the office, retracing my steps. The street shifted again. The familiar became unfamiliar. I passed a newsstand where the headlines were dated 2 weeks earlier, a date I didn't recognize, a world I hadn't lived. The coffee shop was back, but the barista was different. She smiled, but her eyes seemed to flicker with something unreadable. Morning, she said, voice too bright. You look like you could use a pick-me-up. I nodded, forcing a smile. Yeah. Long night. She handed me the cup, and I noticed the faintest trace of cinnamon beneath the bitter roast. It should have been comforting, but instead, it felt like a warning. At my desk, I pulled out my notebook. For the first time, I wrote everything down, the changing signs, the van, the woman's strange warning, the faces that didn't belong. My pen scratched hurriedly across the page, trying to trap the chaos into neat lines. Then, my phone buzzed. A text from an unknown number. Stop looking. I stared at the screen, the words burning through the dim light of the office. The hum of the computers faded into silence around me. The city outside gleamed cold and indifferent, but I knew it was watching, always watching. And now, it was watching me. The office lights dimmed as the night deepened outside, but I stayed rooted at my desk long after most had left. I stared out the window. Street lights flickered unevenly, casting uneven shadows on sidewalks that shifted in my mind's eye like ripples on water. The van was there again, parked 2 blocks down, headlights off but windows too reflective, too smooth. I couldn't tell if anyone inside was watching me, but I knew they were. I could feel it in the air, thick and pressing, like the city itself had turned its gaze into something personal. I wanted to leave. I really did. But the more I tried, the more the streets contorted under my feet. The route home, the route to work, all of it became a shifting puzzle. Sidewalks ended abruptly. Crosswalks that should have been there vanished. Street signs changed names overnight, or simply disappeared. I thought I was losing my mind. I pulled my coat tighter, the chill from the open window brushing my neck, and decided I needed to talk to someone. Not the police. Not anyone official. I needed a witness, a reality check. I called Anna. She answered after a few rings, her voice soft and tired. Hey, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Long day, she asked. You have no idea. I hesitated, then blurted, something's wrong with the city. The route I take to work keeps changing. Signs, faces, even the buildings. And there's this van. I see it everywhere. There was a long pause. You sure you're okay? Stress can mess with perception. Maybe you're just tired. I'm not imagining this. My voice cracked on the last word. I swear, Anna. I know it sounds crazy. I don't think you're crazy. But if this is real, it's serious. Maybe you should stay somewhere else tonight. Just in case. Yeah, maybe, I said, but the thought of leaving my apartment, my bed, felt impossible. Like the city had its fingers wrapped around me, squeezing tighter every hour. We hung up, and I sat back, eyes closed, trying to steady my breathing. Then my phone buzzed again. Another text. You can't leave. I dropped it on the desk. My hands trembled. The wall seemed closer now, the room shrinking in with the weight of those words. I wanted to scream, knock something over, run out into the empty streets. Instead, I sat still, fighting the urge to bolt. The next morning, the city didn't offer any mercy. The sky was a dull gray, the kind of overcast that muffled sound and blurred edges. I stepped outside, heart thudding unevenly, the cold air sharp against my cheeks. I glanced down the block. The van was waiting, as if it had never left. I tried to take a different route, weaving through alleyways and side streets, but no matter where I went, the van was there, parked just out of clear sight, always lurking. I noticed something else, too. The people on the sidewalk, faces I'd never seen before. Men and women in drab clothing, eyes too alert, heads turning sharply whenever I passed. A man in a gray jacket stopped abruptly near a newsstand, pretending to read a paper, but his gaze snapped to me like he was calculating every step I took. I felt their attention like a physical weight, heavy and suffocating. At the corner coffee shop, the barista was gone. In her place stood a new woman, younger, with a practiced smile that didn't reach her eyes. She handed me my usual black coffee without a word. I took a sip. Bitter. No cinnamon this time. Just bitterness. Outside, a child's laughter echoed, sharp and unnatural in the morning stillness. I turned, but there was no child in sight. My phone buzzed again. Don't trust anyone. The message was a punch to the gut. I wanted to ask who was sending these, why they were watching me so closely. But I didn't dare reply. I walked on, the city folding around me like a trapdoor. Street signs morphed as I passed. Maple Street became Marble Street, then Market Street, all within a few blocks. Buildings I knew were replaced by others I didn't recognize, windows darkened or plastered over, their brickwork rough and unfamiliar. By midday, I found myself back where I started, at the corner of Maple and 4th, a place that shouldn't have existed on this day, at least not in this form. The storefronts were from a previous era, with faded awnings and peeling paint that suggested years of neglect. I didn't remember this version of the city. I had never lived this day. A woman sat on a bench nearby, her eyes fixed on me with a cold, calculating stare. She was different from the others, older, with silver-streaked hair and a deliberate calmness that made her seem in charge. She didn't smile. She didn't look away. I swallowed hard. "Can I help you?" I asked, voice tighter than I intended. She didn't answer. Instead, she stood, folded her hands, and walked toward the surveillance van parked just beyond the corner. The van's door slid open silently, and she climbed inside. The engine didn't start. The van sat there, a black, boxy shadow on the street, watching me. No one else passed by. No cars. No sounds except the distant hum of the city's pulse, slow and steady. I was trapped in a city that wasn't mine, surrounded by faces that weren't friendly, stalked by a van whose purpose was impossible to guess but impossible to ignore. I wanted to run. But where? The roads behind me were gone. The ones ahead twisted and possibly out of reach. And the street signs? They promised nothing but lies. I realized then that this wasn't just about changing routes or a van following me. It was about control. About erasing escape routes until the city itself became my cage. I pulled out my notebook, fingers trembling as I wrote, trying to make sense of it all. The pages filled with scrawls, street names, faces, times, notes about the van. If I stopped now, I'd disappear. Not in some dramatic, cinematic way. Just vanish quietly, swallowed whole by a city that didn't want me to leave. My phone buzzed one last time before I silenced it. Welcome home. I looked up at the van's dark windows, the woman inside watching, waiting. And for the first time, I understood. This was no random act. It was deliberate. And I was already too deep. There was no turning back. I stayed frozen under the sick orange glow of the street lamp, the van's dark windows swallowing whatever secrets lay inside. Behind me, the road had vanished. I checked twice, stepping back to where I thought the route should be, but the familiar cracked pavement and the corner store were gone, replaced by a blank stretch of sidewalk ending abruptly at a wall of tangled ivy. Ahead, the streets twisted in ways that made no sense, signs with names I'd never heard, buildings that looked like old storefronts from a decade ago, or maybe a decade in the future. I couldn't tell. Time folded over itself, and I was caught in the crease. I pulled the notebook from my coat pocket, my fingers trembling so much I nearly dropped it. The scrawled notes stared back at me, van follows. Faces change. Routes shift. No escape. My handwriting was erratic, the ink smeared where my palms had sweated through the pages. I needed a plan. Anything but standing there, the cold seeping into my bones. A sudden noise snapped me out of my paralysis, a low rumble, like a distant train or maybe thunder. My eyes darted to the sky, which was an impossible shade of gray, heavy and oppressive. No rain yet, but the smell of it was thick in the air, metallic and sharp. The van's engine hummed quietly, but the driver hadn't moved. The woman inside, only the faintest outline, was still watching. Waiting. I swallowed hard, the taste of stale coffee lingering on my tongue, and forced myself forward. One step. Then another. The pavement beneath was uneven, like the city was decaying beneath my feet, or maybe I was just losing my mind. The van followed, maintaining a distance that was too close for comfort but far enough to avoid confrontation. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered, voice cracking. No answer, of course. Only the soft hiss of tires on wet asphalt. The buildings on either side shifted subtly with each block, their facades rearranging as if I were walking through a living puzzle. A man appeared, standing just inside a shadowed doorway. He was thin, with a pale face that caught the streetlight, eyes too dark and too still. He didn't move, didn't speak. Just watched. I didn't recognize him, but something about him set my nerves on fire. I tried to walk past quickly, but he stepped forward, blocking the path. "You shouldn't be here," he said, voice low and calm, but with an edge that made my skin crawl. I wanted to ask who he was, why he was here, but my throat went dry. "Look," I said, forcing my voice steady, "I don't know what this is, but I'm not your enemy." His lips twitched in something like a smile, but it didn't reach his eyes. "Enemy? No. You're a curiosity. And curiosities have a way of disappearing." I swallowed again, stepping back. "I'm just trying to get to work." He laughed then, soft and cruel. "Work? There's no work here anymore. Only the city. And it watches. I thought about running, but the van was closer now, its presence like a dark shadow at the edge of my vision. The man's eyes flicked toward it for a split second before returning to me. They've been watching since you arrived. You can't outrun them. My fingers clenched the notebook. The words inside felt heavier now, like a lead weight pulling me down. I remembered the faces I'd seen earlier, strangers who seemed to know me, or at least knew of me. The street signs that switched names, the buildings that warped. This wasn't random. This is control, I said aloud, more to myself than to him. Someone's controlling the city. Me. He nodded slowly, as if confirming some terrible truth. Yes. And the van is their eye. I glanced toward the van again. The woman's presence was almost hypnotic. I could feel her gaze like an item, cutting through the fog of confusion and fear. I wanted to scream, to run, but my legs felt like they belonged to someone else. Suddenly, a sharp, metallic clang echoed from somewhere nearby, maybe a trash can kicked over or a loose shutter banging against a wall. The man's head snapped toward the sound that seemed to vibrate in my bones. I took that moment to dart past him, heart hammering in my chest so loudly I thought it might give me away. The van shifted gears, tires squealing faintly as it accelerated. I broke into a run, the cold air biting at my lungs. The city bent around me, streets folding and twisting, but I kept moving, desperate to find something, anything that resembled normal. I turned a corner and stopped dead. Ahead was a plaza I'd never seen before, paved with cracked tiles and surrounded by empty benches. At its center stood a statue of a woman, her face worn and unreadable, but her eyes seemed to follow me. The van rolled into the plaza, stopping just at the edge like it was waiting for me. The woman inside stepped out. Tall, in a coat too heavy for the weather, her face obscured by shadows. She didn't speak, but her presence filled the space between us with a suffocating weight. "We don't have to do this," I said, voice trembling. "You're watching me, yes. But why? What do you want?" She tilted her head, considering. Then, finally, her voice came calm, measured, with a hint of something older than time. "You're part of a story, whether you like it or not. But stories have endings. And some endings are permanent." My breath caught. The words weren't a threat. They were a promise. I glanced back toward the twisting streets behind me. No path led out. The city was a cage, and I was the prisoner. The woman stepped closer. "You can stop running," she said softly. "Or you can disappear." I swallowed hard, feeling the cold sweat on my back. The notebook was still clutched in my hand, pages fluttering with each ragged breath. I wanted to believe there was a way out. A crack in the city's facade where I could slip through. But deep down, I knew the van had me. And the woman was the lock. The silence stretched, thick and heavy, until it was broken by a faint whisper in my ear, too soft to be anything but my own mind. "Welcome home." The plaza's shadows seemed to swell around me, the statue's eyes glowing faintly in the half-light, watching, waiting. I took a step back, heart pounding, knowing that whatever choice I made next would change everything. But the city wasn't done with me yet. It was the kind of morning where the air felt thick, damp with the residue of overnight rain, even though the sky was stubbornly clear. I stepped out of my apartment building, locking the door behind me with a deliberate click that felt louder than usual. Something about the city today seemed off, but I couldn't quite place it. The familiar route to work, the one I'd taken every day for years, was subtly wrong. Street signs were different, the names unfamiliar, like the city had rewritten itself overnight and forgotten to send me the memo. I didn't want to believe I was losing my mind. I told myself it was just a trick of light, or maybe I was distracted. but as I walked, the evidence stacked up. The street lamps were older, their paint peeling in a way I'd never seen before. Shops I knew well were gone, replaced by storefronts offering goods that made no sense to me. Antique clocks in one window, dusty jars of herbs in another. By the time I reached the second block, a cold knot had settled in my stomach. A van was parked across the street, inconspicuous but unmistakably watching. Its windows were tinted so dark they looked like black mirrors. I'd seen it before. Every day. At a different corner, a different hour, but always there. I glanced around, trying to catch a glimpse of a logo or a license plate, anything. Nothing. The van was a shadow, a silent sentinel. A part of me wanted to run, that old, primal urge to escape something unseen, but I kept walking instead. I needed answers. The city was rearranging itself beneath my feet, and I was trapped in the middle of it. I paused at a street corner, looking down a narrow alley that hadn't existed yesterday, or at least, not in the same place. The alley smelled of damp brick and something sour, like spoiled fruit. A cat darted out, knocking over a stack of empty crates with a clatter that echoed too loudly in the quiet morning. Someone laughed, an edge of mockery in their tone, then silence. I swallowed hard. The people were wrong too. Faces I half recognized, or maybe just imagined. A woman with a scar along her cheek that looked like it had been there a lifetime but never before crossed my path. A man in a threadbare suit, eyes darting like he was trying to avoid being seen, yet somehow always caught mine. No one spoke to me, no one smiled. They moved like ghosts, their footsteps soft but deliberate. I stopped in front of a coffee shop that wasn't supposed to be there. The sign was faded, the letters peeling, Café de la Toile. I remembered the old cafe on that corner, the one with the cracked window and the friendly barista. This one was silent, the door slightly ajar, inviting me in with a cold emptiness. I stepped inside because I had to. I needed something solid, something real to cling to. The air inside was stale, thick with the smell of burnt coffee grounds and old upholstery. The counter was empty except for a single, unopened letter lying face down. I picked it up, the paper brittle beneath my fingers. No return address. No name. Just a single line scrawled in shaky ink. You are not supposed to be here. I dropped the letter back onto the counter and turned to leave. The door slammed shut behind me with a force that made my ears ring. My hands trembled as I reached for the handle, but it wouldn't budge. I was trapped. A voice whispered from the shadows. Why do you keep coming back? I couldn't see who was speaking, but the words felt like they scraped against my skin. I don't know, I said, my voice barely more than a breath. I'm trying to find my way. Your way doesn't exist here, the voice said. Not anymore. I wanted to argue, to demand that someone explain what was happening, but the walls seemed to close in, pressing against my chest. My vision blurred with tears I didn't want to shed. I was exhausted. So tired of fighting a city that shifted beneath me like quicksand. Then the door clicked. Slowly, the lock turned, and the door creaked open just enough for a sliver of light to spill in. I didn't hesitate. I pushed through and found myself back on the street. The van was gone. For a moment, the city felt normal again. The street signs were right, the faces familiar. I walked faster, heart clenching with cautious hope. Maybe it was over. But as I rounded the next corner, I saw him, a man standing still, watching me with an intensity that set my skin on fire. His clothes were neat, unremarkable, but his eyes were sharp. Too sharp. He nodded once, almost imperceptibly, and then disappeared into the crowd. I stopped, breath shallow. The city exhaled around me, the noise of traffic and distant chatter filling the space where the silence had been. The sun warmed my face. I realized then that the city wasn't the enemy. Not really. It was the people, the watchers, the ones manipulating the streets, the moments, the versions of reality I stumbled through. They wanted control. They wanted to unmoor me, to make me doubt every step I took. But I wasn't going to give them that. I turned away from the crowd and found a quiet park bench beneath a maple tree, leaves rustling in a tentative breeze. The van might have vanished, and the city might have tried to rewrite itself, but I was still here. Still breathing. Still walking. I took out my phone, fingers fumbling over the screen until I managed to send a message to someone, anyone who might still be anchored in the city I remembered. I'm not lost. Not yet. I sat back, letting the sounds of the city wash over me, the distant hum of a bus engine, the scrape of shoes on pavement, the faint scent of rain lingering in the air. The world was shifting, sure, but I was learning to move with it, to find the seams where reality frayed. I wasn't going to be swallowed whole. Not this time. Silence settled again, but it wasn't empty. It was waiting, watching, anticipating. And so was I. Because now I knew. The city wasn't just a place. It was a game. And I was done playing by their rules.